Okay. Let's do some game dev. Okay, so today I'm going to work on serializing my procedural terrain. Get my voice out of here. That's what I'm going to work on today. I got started on it a little bit, and I think I was working on it a little bit before this. I'm running into some issues with the PCG serialization. Some of the save containers that I'm using for the PCG info are like becoming invalid in callbacks, so I need to figure that out. But I do have essentially my procedural height map is like serialized for each terrain chunk, or theoretically it should be. So I just need to get that working. And I'm wanting to do this when I take a break from the PCG stuff, because this will allow me to test a lot faster, I'm hoping, instead of having to wait for, you know, my terrain algorithm to generate fully each time. I'll be able to just serialize it from disk, which will be hopefully really nice. Hopefully really nice. That's my goal for today, get that working. And then maybe, since I'm touching the procedural stuff, maybe after I get this done, maybe I'll switch over to translating my algorithm into a shader. Oh no, but I went down this whole path because I wanted to replace the surface sampler node. That's what I was doing. Hello, please. What is going on right now? Unreal Engine, hello please. What a rough start. I'm like completely frozen in Unreal Engine right now. It is doing things. What is it doing though? Why on earth is this so slow? There we go. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let's just see where I'm at here. I'm gonna go to my main menu level and just load here. Okay, what happened here? Okay, saving the number of instances in the save container, which seems to be quite invalid. Okay, so we create the point data and the metadata objects here. But once we get into the load, they're invalid. Dude, why is everything so slow right now? What am I serializing here? Jeez. Yeah, these callbacks are killing me. It's making it very hard to keep things valid. Yeah, what do I want to do about this? I've had trouble with these in the past, with the serialization, the PCG serialization system that I've written. Let's see. So we're loading, what happens? I guess the point data doesn't stick around, but that doesn't really tell me why this doesn't serialize properly. Do I have an error message here? Nothing. Well, that's great. Let's just restart and try to resave the level, I suppose. Maybe we've just got a bad save from like an old version. I did update the save system to actually save the map as well, which is why I was trying to load from the menu level. Yeah, but I wanted to replace the surface sampler node in PCG because I noticed in my profiling that was the node that was taking the longest, and it seems to be doing just like a bunch of raycasts essentially. And so I wanted to replace that to just like sample the terrain. And I'm gonna see if like actually running the algorithm for like a single, what would essentially be a single point at a time, would be more efficient. And it would be nice because then it could be used when the terrain's unloaded as well. And I wouldn't actually need to like render the terrain and stuff. Okay, let's go back to the main level here. Yeah, here. Okay, let's give me some fresh juice here. And this is the wait that I don't want to wait when I want to test this stuff. Yeah, it takes like upwards of a minute, I think, at least each time. Yeah, about a minute. Okay, and then PCG loads. Okay. Save. Okay, so we save properly. Yeah, that looks good, I think. We saved all the PCG assets as well. So let's just, I guess, load game from this map. Although maybe, let me check here. Let me check. Make sure the map stuff is getting serialized properly. What is map name? Okay, that is the proper map. Okay, so that got saved. Well, let's just load directly in this level and see what happens. Okay. Point data, null pointer, okay. Yeah, so I guess the same issue here. When I come into this PCG save container load method, it should be coming from a place that has set the point data. But they're not being hung on to very well. It is a U property. I would hazard a guess that the metadata within here is a U property as well. It's in spatial data. It is a U property, T object pointer. Okay. But why aren't you guys staying in memory? Why are you guys getting cleaned up, huh? Because we add it to the save container hard refs, which is also U property. And then we return it. I wonder if at that point it's null, or if it's null after we go into the the task body or something. Yeah, let's throw some breakpoints in here, I guess. Go in there, or rather right there. No, let's also throw one at the beginning of the launch. We'll test it out there too. I mean, should I just be setting these to new object in here? Well, I guess I don't really have an outer in here. That's why I did it in the other file. Points. I mean, we're serializing the points properly. Those look like valid loaded points. Okay, so we have to restart. Yeah, let's figure out when that goes out of memory. And give us some more information about how to deal with this. Hopefully tell us where the problem is. Yes. Let's get rid of that. I don't like that. I guess I have to, though. What would be the fix here? Save container gets passed back in here. It is returning by copy. Let's not do that. When we load, it returns a copy of it. Yeah, let's not do that. That's definitely not the issue, but yeah, I think I created my own callback. Save container callback. Yeah, let's pass that by ref. We're gonna pass that by ref. That way we go ref here. We don't. It's an expensive copy, so we definitely don't want to do that. And where's my save? Where are my saves at? They're there. Pass that by ref. Interesting. Yeah. So the save callbacks. We're just using like the save container pointer that's passed in rather than the returned value. Yeah. This callback's just a defunct. Okay, yeah, that won't change anything, but I definitely should have been doing that. The callback, I guess, is making a copy. Does that matter? Probably not. Probably doesn't matter either. I would have thought that the save container hard refs would have kept my pointers from getting garbage collected from up here. I am giving them an outer. I wonder if the save name's invalid too, or if that, I think that was fine actually. I think I remember reading the save name. Okay, here we are. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Well, maybe let's just try from the main menu. Load. Okay. Interesting. So we completely... Oh, I removed that. Oh, that's annoying. I needed that one there. Well, let's check our save container. Well, it's valid here, so okay, we didn't need that. Valid here. Loading. And then once we get in here, are we still valid? Yeah, we are. Okay. Go down here. Okay, we're loading something else. Check out our save container. We have valid point data. Valid point data. Valid point data. Valid point data. Okay, so where was the issue happening then? Is there just like one that's broken? Let's look at our save names. Interesting. A lot of stuff only has one save name in it, which is weird. I guess there's no mushrooms in that chunk. I'm not seeing any invalid names or anything. Yeah, I'll just assume. I'm not going to click through all of them. I assume we're good there on the save name front. Now, is anything loaded yet? I do have some hard refs. Those are put in there before it loads, though. And then the loaded PCG points. So here's the actual PCG cache here. No values yet. Although we do have some entries. Okay. We'll keep plowing ahead here. Yeah, valid point data. Valid point data. Point data. What do we got here? Yeah, it's all valid so far. So are we just good now? Or is this kind of maybe the point data getting garbage collected is kind of a random thing. Okay, let's just plow through this. What do we got here? Okay, we're good there. Okay. So far we're good. What happened last time? Here we go. Here we go. Okay, we finally got to one. Wait, what happened fucking here? Oh, now it became invalid? After that, it was valid up here. Oh, wait, what? Why did this? This has happened before, goddammit. It's like the whole thing got cleaned up. So what was the error here? Is the pointer just Is the pointer just bad? Should I think about not passing these by pointer? I just changed it to pass by ref. I think the reason I changed it to a pointer is because it wasn't persisting properly or something like that. Or rather, I was like finding it, and it wasn't, when I changed it into a ref, it wasn't the same or something like that, so it wasn't actually updating the thing in the save container. Creating more memory than I needed. I guess I kind of am storing two copies of it. One in the hard refs, one in the loaded PCG points. Let's think here. Let's think. So something's happening with this pointer. Can I pass a pointer by ref? What does that do? Let me... I wish I knew what the save slot name was of this. Then I could check if it exists in the subsystem, which I also don't have a reference to yet. I have a bunch of instances. Points are there. Yeah, should I just try and pass by ref? I mean, I know I had it like this before. We'll try. We'll try. I don't know what else to do here. Okay, just do the ref. Okay, let's replace all save container pointer to dots here. Dot, 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 dot. Okay. So save container, pass that by ref as well, and that callback falls here. Doing it there. Okay. Need to do that. Reference that pointer. Yeah, we can try that. Now, if this is the flow that I want to end up doing, then I'll probably want to change the save flow to do the same thing. I think the save flow is relying on pointers as well. Now, I think when you add the save container to the hard refs set, I believe it creates a copy, which is why I find it right after I add it and then pass it. So I hope that's like the right one. I don't think this one up here is the right one anymore. That's the like the old one. Oh, a cool syntax I actually just learned about. If you do brackets, you can do this thing right here. Although I guess, oh, it has to be in order. I forget. Yeah, in order. Okay, let's, do I need to resave here? No, I think the save is still valid, or should be. The load flow is just different, so Yeah, let's walk through this then. So breakpoint there on the load call. Yeah. Okay. Let's still do all that. Load. Okay. Nothing was happening there for a second. That had me worried. Okay, so save container pointer looks good. Now here in launch, the save container still looks good. Still looks good. Yeah, so I suppose these are all looking good, and I had to click forward quite a few times before this actually ended up crashing. Point data is all valid so far. $31, $34. What happened here? Wait, what? Okay, now it's invalid, but I literally just checked it. Okay, so God, what the hell is happening with these freaking pointers, man? Yeah, I mean, pretty much same issue. I think the whole save container went invalid. Save slot name is invalid now too. I wonder if I should just change this to instead. Could it just pass the save name? Because that's what these sets are keyed off of. Like, just load the save name, and then this can look up. Look it up from the set itself. Let's try that. And then we'll just get a reference to the procedural terrain subsystem. There we go. Oh, but I can't because this is a static function. Now this is feeling really wonky now. I feel like I should just be changing save and load and move it on to the subsystem at this point. If I'm gonna need to pass it a subsystem anyway. And so I had these as non-static functions, but then the save game object became invalid at some point. So that's why I changed it to a static function. Okay, before we change too much. Oh god, and it's like saved by the slot or the container. Oh, this is getting so messy. It's getting so messy. I mean, maybe this should be a map. String to save container, save slot name to save container. I guess we can try that. Yeah, that's gonna mess up quite a bit, isn't it? If it contains save slot name, if it doesn't contain save slot name, add the container in there. Find by save slot name, get the container back out. And I guess it doesn't really, we don't need to get it back out if we're just storing it by save. Maybe this is a much better way to do it. Save container, what's happening here? We remove, okay, we can just remove by the save slot name now. Add save slot name, okay. Okay, so now save container isn't there. Let's get it. Subsystem, hard refs, find save slot name. Okay, if we have one, yeah, call it back. Okay. So we just need the save slot name to be passed in now. And then we're going to do the same thing in there. So we need to pass in the subsystem then as well. Save container is there. Now, do I keep it a pointer? God, there's so many of these lambdas that this thing gets passed through. Okay, and then I guess I need to check if the pointer is valid. If save container is invalid, let's just log like ECG save container load, say like invalid save, and then let's log the save name with that. Will be an error. Should never get there. We will return just to make sure we don't crash. Let's throw a breakpoint on that line. And inspect it further if that do indeed be happening. Okay, so is this good? Does this build now? Circular to, oh, I know what that is. I know what that is. We need to, yeah. Class U procedural terrain subsystem. Yeah, that'll work. wish I understood more about like why these save containers become invalid so much. I'm not sure what else I can do. Like, I literally have a hard ref container for them. That is a U property. All of the pointers on this object are U properties. I guess my only thoughts are like, I'm not actually using the same reference of them in all places. There are several copies of them floating around throughout the save and load flows. And why? I did have U objects at one point. Why did I change from that? I think I changed from that because I couldn't like overload the U object quality operator in a meaningful way. Like, you can't overload it, but like it always compares by pointer, by the pointer address, rather than whatever you put in like the hash value or whatever. Okay, let's just load, see what happens. Okay, so we're here. Point data. Okay, let me get my bearings here. Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, so point data valid. Valid. I'm gonna click through till it becomes invalid. You know, fuck it. Let's just see what happens. Same thing. Literally the same thing happened. Okay. Encoded ref. What does that mean? I mean, it looks invalid as hell. Yeah, I mean, the save container got invalid anyway, and it's literally, it didn't even leave the scope, and it became invalid. Okay, but at least I can look at the procedural terrain subsystem. Let's look at the hard refs here. And what save slot was this? This is trees at 0, 0. It's right here. So the value in the hard ref is still valid at this point. So how come getting a pointer to it? Like, what is happening here? What index was that at? 7. Trees 25 600 0, 0. Yeah, what the heck is happening, man? What am I not understanding? Like, I literally have a pointer to it that's valid up here in the same scope. Like, why are these pointers becoming invalid within the same scope? That's so strange to me. Like, all the information on the save container is invalid now. I mean, do I need to dereference this container? Like, call this save container pointer. Like, do I need to do that? Okay, we'll try that. And is this just some weirdness with struct pointers? I wonder if I should go back to the U object save container and then just try and store it differently. Ah, Python. For some reason, loading it gets stuck on initializing Python sometimes. I wonder if I can turn off Python. I'm not using it or anything. Religion stuck on initializing Python. A lot of people are having the same issue. So can I just delete it or disable the plugin? And why does it only happen sometimes? Plugins. Why is this enabled by default? Something bad gonna happen? This plugin is required by Chaos Cloth. Okay, that's why. Okay, never mind. Guess we're stuck with it. How nice of them. How nice of Unreal Engine to do that for us. Okay. Okay, now we're just immediately invalid. What's the save slot name? Okay, I guess I need to call the callback here so it actually finishes loading too. Well, this is gonna like hang forever, isn't it? I guess in the callback, like, let's just return the F string save name. Okay. I can be construct. We'll just return the save name. So that makes sense if it's going to be invalid. Okay, save slot name. Okay, and this actually kind of makes this interface a little bit easier. Okay. Save slot name. Add PCG save to cache. Okay, so I guess I just need to find it here. Save container hard refs. Okay. Okay. Trying that now. You know, I really wanted to work on the terrain serialization, not the PCG serialization, but it seems there are still problems with it in certain contexts. Like this whole PCG serialization system was working fine at the test level. I wonder, actually, that actually made me think. what is happening that the level changes, and so therefore the subsystem goes out of scope? Is that what is happening? Like the world gets destroyed because I'm changing worlds when I load. Is that what's happening? That would make sense as to why so many fucky wuxies are happening. But it's weird that the subsystem still had like valid data in it and stuff when I was inspecting it. So that's the weird part to me, I suppose. Try one more time and see what happens now. Okay, literally same issue. Save container looks like it got like cleaned up or something. Now let's look at the subsystem. So I guess that world becoming invalid thought would make sense if it would make more sense to me if the data in here was gone. And so when I load, I guess it should be loading, it should be changing the world first. Let me look at this flow here. Load, yeah, so we load the save file, we get the map name, we open the map, and then when the map loads, then we do all the stuff. So then I guess that doesn't make sense then. I guess that doesn't make sense then. The world shouldn't be happening. Wait, is it saying world has no context? Is that that's something I should be worried about? Is there a way I can just like see the world? I mean, I have the subsystem still. It's a world subsystem. Outer class private. It still shows the level there. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss here. Like, what else can I do? Like, to keep the save. Like, why would I dereference the pointer into like a ref? I should have the exact one that's in the subsystem saved in state or in memory, and that somehow becomes invalid. It's always at the same point too. Is it always trees 0, 0? It's remarkably consistent, at least. But that still exists. Trees 0, 0. Stylized level with biome, my biome core. Yeah, it's the same. The same one is there in here. It's valid. It's valid here. Okay, what more can I do about this? I feel like I've tried every which way to do this. I mean, I guess... I should maybe... Let's redo this, rebuild this. I want to just test this on the test level without without doing the save game look. I would like to see. Like, I just want to do the PCG load and see if that works fine. Oh my god, Python again, we're stuck. Who's rating me? Who is that? Bruce Malt. Hello, I don't know you, but welcome. How are we doing today? Thank you for the raid, mate. Appreciate it. Lord Duckster, welcome. Hello, guys. What were you guys working on? And how did your stream go? I'm just sitting here fumbling around with my PCG serialization system. You're also doing ProcGen stuff. Fun. Tell me about it. I wish I could be more into the procedural generation stuff. I'll show you here in a second, but essentially I was trying to serialize my procedural generation stuff, but now my PCG, which I don't know, are you Unreal Engine dev? Are you doing Unreal Engine stuff over there? PCG is a procedural framework in Unreal Engine. But I can't do terrain, so I have to do the terrain on my own, which is what we're looking at here. Ooh, Python and Panda. Panda 3D. Is that the same Panda as the Panda's data frame stuff? But a different Panda. So I guess you're just kind of on your own. No game engine for you then, I suppose. But yeah, here's my procedural algorithm here. Panda's not equal to Panda 3D. Got it. Yeah. You know, I've used Python in about every single job that I've been in some capacity, but it's always just been in like some light scripting capacity, so I don't know a whole lot about the Python ecosystem despite using it all the time. It's always like there's like some config file or something that has like Python in it or something like that. Ah, shit. Okay. Well, we almost got there. What's going on here? Okay, so is this the first time I'm seeing this syntax? What's wrong here? Oh god, the whole load. I've messed up my whole load flow now. Yeah, that's not exactly valid, is it? ECG saved cache. What's happening here? Oh, point data is null, that's why. And there's so many docs. Yeah, that must be nice. Must be nice. Looking at you, Unreal Engine. Okay. So let's just like quick and easy just to get this working so I can show it a little bit. Put a little ternary in here. Many more than with Godot. Is it Godot or Godot? Never actually said that out loud that many times. Or heard anyone say it out loud, rather. I just do Unity. Yeah, I did Unity. I remember trying out Unreal Engine like 7 or 8 years ago, I think it was at this point. And the documentation was even worse back then, if you can imagine. And there was much less community info, so I struggled to get anything done. And then I tried out Unity, and I had a lot more success with that. But then I kind of stopped game dev until about two years ago when I got back into it. And I had a lot more success with Unreal Engine at that point. Okay, let's try that again. Both pronunciations. Does anyone know how to say it? Or is everyone in the same boat? But yeah, what I've been working on, I've had this procedural terrain algorithm for a while now. Is that the algorithm was actually the first thing I worked on in Unreal Engine, which was a pain in the ass because I didn't know anything about Unreal Engine, didn't know anything about C++, didn't know anything about procedural generation. So it was an absolute slog to learn all that on top of each other. But we made it. We're on the other side now, and I got a lot in the game now. But trying to tie together a couple different systems here. So all the terrain chunks you see loading are they're procedural mesh components in Unreal Engine, which is just kind of it's like a static mesh that you can give vertices to. Are you serious? Oh my god, I am getting so tired of this happening. Geodot? No, that is, I can tell you that one's not right. There's no way. Geodot. Yeah, bro, what's happening here? What is happening here? Well, it's a lot cooler when the environment stuff actually spawns on top of it. For some reason my save container is just like, I mean, this is the problem that I'm having right now. It's like, even though these are totally valid, I mean, I guess I'm loading, I should be loading these with, yeah, I mean, I'm creating the new goddamn objects here. I just recreate them real quick in here. I mean, I guess I actually do have an outer for them now, which is why I was doing it in there before. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get the ref. We're gonna put it right in there. How about that? And the outer is going to be the terrain subsystem. Okay, we're gonna do that. But yeah, I have these procedural mesh components, and I just have a bunch of different settings for purlin noise, with like different persistencies and lacunarities. It kind of creates some slightly different terrain. And I do a, well, let me back up. God, I wish I could show you, because it's gonna be kind of hard to picture in your head. Okay, we're gonna see if this works, and then I'll explain more. But there's the terrain system. I'll explain more about that in a second, hopefully. And then on top of that, I use Unreal Engine's PCG, Procedural Content Generation Framework, which is not for terrain. Doesn't work, doesn't do anything related to terrain, but it's great at just spawning things with noise, which is what I use for like all the trees and grass and stuff like that. So, and I'm trying to serialize all of those points that it gets generated. So one, that I don't have to rerun those graphs each time the player loads in the game, because they can be expensive. Because it's all like a runtime generated stuff. It's not like it just runs once. And the world is very big, so the whole world isn't going to be loaded at a time. Which is why, again, why I need to serialize this stuff. But I also, it's going to be kind of a colony sim. So I need these colonists to be able to interact with these environment points, like the trees and stuff. They need to be able to chop trees. They need to be able to pick mushrooms and flowers and stuff like that, you know. So I need those points to be serialized so that when the terrain isn't loaded, when PCG isn't loaded in the game, they still need to be able to interact with those points, know where they are, know what the points represent, remove them from the data set. Oh, it's not failing. Okay, but is PCG actually going to... It looks like it's not going to load. Okay, here's what we're going to do for that. Pause that for a second. Well, that's not going to make a difference. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're gonna sneeze first. That's what we're gonna do. Now that we're done with sneezing, I've set these to overwrite the data. There's the juice right there. We got it. We got it. Okay. Okay. So here's what we're working with. Okay, full screen. There we go. So here's my world map. And what I've done with the world map here is it's essentially just Voronoi noise that I've sampled from a shader, and then for each Voronoi cell I've assigned it a color. Each one of these colors represents a different biome, and so when you go through each cell and randomly assign it a color, you get some interesting shapes like this blue one here. Like this this is just a bunch of cells that got attached because they got assigned the same color, and then every pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And so that's the kind of the... I grabbed the information from this world map as to what the terrain chunk should be rendering. And so this is, what is this, 128 by 128, I think? It's a massive map. Each terrain chunk is 240 by 240. So that's like 58,000 verts per chunk. So it's a lot. And then the Voronoi noise that I gotten from the shader, well, there's two different kinds of Voronoi noise. One of them is to create these biome zones that we're looking at here. And the other one is to create the height map, the macro level height map, rather. And so that's where we get the black, which is the ocean. And that's why we have some darker and lighter pixels here. Like over here, this is a very, it's altitude is what I use it for. So this is a very low altitude area over here, as opposed to like over here, which is very, very bright, though it's higher up in the world. And so if I were to pop up out of here, I've also put I put borders around each zone. But if we look here, like the character is right here. So in this cyan zone here, which is this area right here. And you can see like here's a bit of the ocean, which will be like up here. And so that's lower altitude. So I do like an altitude distance blending between each terrain chunk. And up here is the green zone. That's higher altitude. So if I actually look over there, you can tell that it's like a lot higher up. So there's my character down there. And so a lot higher up than the other one. So if you're standing up here, you know, you can kind of see the entire land map over there. So what I have is these different Perlin noises within each zone. I think I have like four or five sets here. This is like the swampy noise. And I like figured out the blending that you have to do for each vertex in each chunk. For each neighbor chunk, you have to blend it not only based on altitude, but based on the different noise. And then for each neighbor chunk is what I call the chunks that have a different color next to them. That's a neighbor chunk. I create like a spline, essentially. I create like a spline. I can probably show that off here. Let me see. I'm just gonna take a guess. Oh, perfect. Wow, that's a good guess. But yeah, I create a spline and kind of sample a couple points in the chunk, and I connect the spline together. And that kind of just lines up for each one. And then that's what I can use, like I apply a height curve to make the mountains a little smoother. And I just kind of blend away from that. Now, I updated Unreal Engine to 5.5 and it broke my algorithm for some reason, which I don't know why that would have happened, but these used to line up perfectly. So I need to go back in and fix that. But I've been contemplating rewriting this algorithm in a shader. So I think I'm just going to do that after I get the serialization stuff working. And hopefully that'll just, we won't have to deal with those nasty seams anymore. And then what else can I say about this? The white dots, because we're looking at an area that's about like this big. So it's kind of it's a large map, and the map is actually like I'm zoomed in, so it's a very very large map. Probably won't be that long, but I'm just trying to for testing purposes. But the little white dots are what I'm calling zone entrance chunks, and that would be so like right here. This is the zone entrance chunk. That'll be this white dot here. And that's how you would get from zone to zone. Not every zone would have one because they're just kind of randomly put there. But I think it creates this nice sense of exploration, right? Because I'm sure if you're into procedural generation, I'm sure you've seen the game Valheim, which love Valheim. But their biomes in Valheim just kind of seamlessly flow from one into the other. And I wanted like a strict zone, which is why I put the mountains around each zone. So I think it creates a really nice sense of exploration when you get to like a new zone and it's like very cleanly defined in an area. And when you walk across that threshold, you can kind of see like what the new zone looks like. And, you know, maybe if you're coming from this direction, you can actually see, and it kind of just like opens up and creates this kind of cool experience. So that's why I wanted to do that. And I think, you know, for some of them, I will seamlessly blend between the two, you know, biomes or whatever. Or maybe it'll be a river instead of a mountain, you know. I'll do more with that in the future, but for now they're just surrounded by mountains. I did have destructible terrain. Is that the key counter? Yes, it is. So only 23 control Z's today. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But Yeah, forgot what I was saying, but yeah, that's most of my procedural terrain stuff here. Oh, I was saying I had destructible terrain working, but I changed all the collision settings and stuff, so you could like have a pickaxe and dig into the terrain. That was working at some point, but I'm kind of waiting to translate this into a shader before I work more on that. There's also building in the game, but again, I think I broke it. Yeah, the collision doesn't. I changed the collision settings around on the terrain. But yeah, you used to be able to build and stuff. But I'm gonna run over here. We're gonna chop a tree down. This is my like plains biome, so it's kind of boring. It was just something I threw together. The forest one is more so what I'm looking for, and I got some floating mushrooms there, ignore that. But another cool thing I have here, so these are all static meshes, and they're in an instant static mesh component. So if you're familiar with Unreal Engine, you'll know what an instant static mesh component is. It's just a way to render static meshes very efficiently, and you reduce essentially draw calls that way. But so these are all static meshes right now, but when I hit them, when I hit them, okay, well that's a freaking bad example, isn't it? Okay, ignore that. When I hit them, oh my god, it's not working. Oh my god, why is this happening to me? Oh my god. Is it actually creating the dynamic mesh? It should be. It is. Okay. Oh, it's just not removing. It's not removing the old tree. Okay. Okay. So we're in a state of change right now. we're in a state of change. Lots of things are broken. It did work. It just didn't remove the old one. So maybe if I like take a peek in here. Actually, yeah, you can kind of actually see it right there. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. We're inside the chopped tree. So what it's supposed to do is remove the instant static mesh and then replace it with a dynamic mesh, which is like a, it's a copy of a static. Well, you can make it a copy of a static mesh. And there's a lot of really nice functions for editing the vertices of that mesh. So what I've done here is I've just taken a slice out of the static mesh. And so this is like, I call it procedural tree chopping. But that way, like, you actually chop the tree where your axe is, right? So that's something I wish games did a little bit better. Because usually in games, like, they just kind of like replace the mesh with like a different one, like a half chopped mesh. And then they always chop at the same location. But this way it's like dynamic, and once you eventually get through this, it'll fall over, and there'll be a log that, you know, a tree trunk that topples over. Disappointed. Yeah, how did you color your text? That's weird. Oh, I guess it's just in Restream that shows up as colored text, but in Twitch it's italicized. How you doing, though, Kudos? Using /me. Ah, interesting. Do like arc. What does arc do for trees? Make big trees make a huge boom? Like sound effects wise? Yeah, I do need some better sound effects. Wow. Oh, I guess it shows up in Restream as the color of your username. Interesting. Yeah, my physics aren't great either. Another thing I need to do another pass at. But I really like the tree chopping in Valheim. Like the tree dominoes, they're just like so cool. And the way it causes damage and stuff like that. So that's what I want to do, a tree chopping. Specifically modeled after Valheim there. We can chop trees with fists and arc. Well, you know where that came from, right? What happened here? Oh yeah, one of these things. Ignore that. And blood comes out at every stroke. I've never played Ark. That's funny. Is that a tip of the hat to Minecraft, I suppose? And eventually I'll do the same thing with like ore, with like a pickaxe, to get, you know, also similar to Valheim. To like make it a dynamic mesh and bust through it. Ark is a Minecraft-like confirmed. Ark doesn't have, they don't do procedural terrain, right? It's like a static world, if I'm recalling correctly. Yeah, so this, as I run around, terrain chunks will generate and stuff like that. I can also teleport, which, let's see if this works. Where should I go? Look for an interesting... Go to this area over here. Okay, let's see if this works. Uh-oh. Okay. It worked. Okay, we're good. So I've teleported over here now. Wow, my texture looks very strange. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? We're frozen. Are we breakpointed? No. Unreal Engine is not responding. That's wonderful. Unreal Engine is casually using 80% of my CPU. Oh, there we go. Okay, we finally crashed. A cold region? Yeah, that's definitely why. What, 41? How would that have been out? Right map. Okay, well, it didn't like that. But yeah, that's the procedural terrain. A lot of things are broken. So it goes. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Bruce Mall. Tell me about your procedural stuff. What are you doing? I know you said Python. Is there a certain thing you're going for? Planet generation, just terrain? You doing biomes? What are we doing with that? Just for fun? Is there a game behind it? Full planet, nice. So, No Man's Sky, probably a big inspiration for you then. Full planet for a medieval fantasy RTS. Oh, so wait. When you say full planet, is it going to be spherical? Or by full planet, you just mean like a world that could or could not be flat? Spherical, interesting. A spherical planet for medieval fantasy RTS. That's an interesting concept. Seasons, weather, nice. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to end up doing seasons. It's something I'm kicking around in my head still. Are there going to be multiple planets? Or does it all just take place on a single planet? I guess multiple would be kind of weird for medieval fantasy. Okay, so I think I need to like kind of drastically change my save system. Cause it ain't working. Seasons can be biome, that's what Ark does. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm kicking around in my head. Like, I don't know if I want like a winter biome in like, you know, a fall biome, you know, that kind of thing. Or if I want each biome to have different seasons, right? My plan is to have the game take place in a continent or peninsula and leave most of it unexplored. Is it explorable, though? Like you can branch out throughout the whole world? Be kind of cool. But yeah, I don't know if like... Because RimWorld is an inspiration for me as well. And so RimWorld has different biomes, but different biomes have different seasons. Like some biomes are just like always summer, especially if they're around, if the tile you picked is around the equator. Probably not. Like you're going to lack the means, ships, and the time. Okay, so not like a hard, you can't leave the peninsula, more like a, it's unrealistic too. I like to do that, but I'm not doing, for example, planets for the tropics. Hi, Moxie. Come here, Moxie. Here's my puppy. Hello. Plants, I see. Yeah, I didn't quite understand what you were saying, but that makes more sense now. Well, I kind of like that when I think of zones, I think of WoW, like vanilla WoW specifically, and I love having a winter zone that's very different from the rest of them. So I don't want it to just like be able to snow in every zone. Like that's to me kind of boring. Someone recommended this very cool mountain algorithm, and I got that working. Python. Those do look like very realistic mountains. Yeah, I think that's a little, for me, a little too realistic for what I'm going for. Like, I don't want like super ultra giga terrain. I just need something that's interesting enough. And I think eventually I'll do like landmarks and stuff like that, and like different terrain features like canyons and plateaus and cliffs is something I want as well. And I also, like right now it's all just height map based, which Bruce Small, I'm sure you know what that means, is like you can't have overhangs with that. And you can't have like tunnels because it's like a blanket essentially. So I want to change from that concept as well so that I can have caves and stuff like that. They basically take statistical data from real mountains and then you can get fake rocky mountains. Yeah, it's kind of crazy what some of those, like I played around in World Generator and like Houdini. They can, like when you play with like the weathering and erosion and the runoff and stuff like that, it gets pretty crazy what you can simulate. But I feel like sometimes that's kind of hard to put into a game environment in a player-friendly way. Because like using a real landscape in Unreal Engine, like you'd have to scale it down a lot, right? Because like it just doesn't, like there's some really cool landscapes out there in the real world, but they're too big to be interesting for a game, you know? So I feel like sometimes translating that into a game can be a little difficult if it's too real. Okay, so yeah, I need to like fix my shit here. Hope it works out. We'll see. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what you're working on. Let me give you a follow. I'm interested. I am always interested in procedural stuff. I want to do pearl and worms for. Appreciate the follow back. Appreciate that. I'm interested in doing pearl and worms for caves. I think that'll probably create like a Minecraft-like kind of cave system. But that's going to be kind of difficult when it comes to PCG and how I spawn things in the world. It'll be an interesting problem to solve. But we're not going to worry about that right now because I need to actually save my shit first. Okay, so the problem that we're having with this is like I'm saving things in a save in this PCG save container struct, and for some reason the struct, even though I'm like getting it from literally from the source of truth, this hard refs thing in memory, it becomes invalid, and some of the pointers that are stored on it get like garbage collected or something, which is quite frustrating. Let's go into my test level. Here's the test level. Okay, so I have it set to just save only. So let's take that off and see what happens. Am I done? I guess I don't have it set to save only. Not set to save. Okay, hang on. Force regen. Okay, I knew it. I knew it was going to fail. Okay. Oh my god, just everything is messed up now. What is in my context here? So I created my own PCG node to handle this serialization process. Okay, yeah, the data is null here, so it indeed did not save properly. Okay. I wish I understood like what's happening to my my save containers here. That's making them so invalid. Because I did have everything working for like the test level, and everything was saving and loading fine. And it was when I changed to, because like right now the PCG is rendered in like a grid. We're stuck loading now. Okay, great. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Shit. Okay, so what do we have to do here? Now we have to change them to save. Okay. Change that to save. There we go. Now we have stuff spawning. Okay. Okay, so yeah, the PCG spawns in like grids in the world. So you can see that's a grid, that's a grid, that's a grid, that's in a grid. And so each one of these grids is like its own save file. And that just saves, that's like kind of, that exists outside like the save game. And so that was all working fine. But it was when I went to like save that as a part of the save game. And when I started trying to like load and unload the map, that's when it started like falling and breaking. I mean, it had to do with what I was talking about before with my save container just becoming invalid at some point. Yeah, I guess I need to... What do I need to do here? I know it's saving correctly. I know that. It's just not loading correctly. And it was stuck loading. Why was it stuck loading? I did try saving stuff in SQL. Interesting. Okay, that sounds like a massive can of worms. Rather than like writing to disk, there's no established save file format for me. Yeah, I guess you're just kind of like if you're just in Python, I guess you're just like stuck with a read-write file. I mean, which is essentially what the save system in Unreal Engine does anyway. The binary file format. Okay, so let me go back up to the load here. When we load, if it exists in the cache, we'll just return that. If not, we're going to kind of initialize a reference in the hard refs. Add it to currently loading slots if it's not already loading. If it's already loading, then we're just going to return null pointer there. And then we'll do the load, async load. If the save doesn't exist, if the save file doesn't exist, we just return. Call the callback so that it properly removes it from the loading slots. Which maybe that wasn't happening. Maybe that wasn't happening. Let me check out the environment item spawner, which is, this is my PCG node. I guess it kept trying to load here. I guess it was just returning null pointer, because I guess it was probably still in loading. Okay, let's change this to load. Let me check out what's happening. Okay, that loaded fine. Oh my god. No, now we're here. What happened here? Where's my save container? Okay, so the point data got like garbage collected or something. I still have all the mesh instance data. Oh my god, dude, this is maybe I need to change back to using a U object for the save container. So I guess we loaded it properly, but I guess it let me change where was I doing the new, well, I moved it in here. Oh, I wonder, these got created on a background thread. Okay, hang on, I think I know what I need to do. What's the async flag? You know what I want, Copilot. Come on. RF async. Oh, I've done this somewhere. I've done this somewhere in my code. Oh, it's in my I also have an ECS system that I wrote as well. Entity subsystem. I know it's in here. Clear internal flag. Async. That's what I want. Okay, so I think if you don't do that, I think it ends up getting garbage collected if you create it on like a background thread or something. Let's try that. Maybe that's where we're going wrong. Yeah, so the innovative thing I'm doing with my game is that it's going to be like an RPG, Colony Sim, and Roguelite, kind of all combined together. And for the Colony Sim part, like, it's a very large procedural world, right? Okay, we're stuck loading again. Let me actually look at that real quick. Yeah, it's a very large world. So, and due to the procedural terrain, the terrain's not always going to be there. But I still want, even if the player's not around, I still want the world to be going, even though it's not actually loaded in memory. Or, it's not loaded, like, there's no rendering representation of it. And so I created this entity system so that I could still simulate the colonies and stuff when the player's not around, kind of offline, so to speak. Rather just in memory without any physical representation. Okay, so we have a save container in my hard refs that literally has nothing in it. Now the null pointer data here. -1, 0. Okay, so that one's in here. Currently loading slots. Okay, so this one's just like stuck loading, I guess. $163 points. You have points? Okay, you actually have data. Your save slot name is empty though. That's weird. Why? Why are you doing that? Okay, this save name is populated, but the point data isn't. Okay, so it's like I have two different copies of the save container. Ugh, becoming such a headache. I will do something similar with time skips though. I plan to do it with statistics though. Ah, you're faking it. I see. Yeah, see, that's what I wanted to avoid. I want to actually, I want the, like, where the player, how the player builds out their colony, like where they place the buildings. I want all that to actually matter. And I want it to happen in real time, and I want the colonists to interact with each other as they like move past each other and stuff. And like, if you send a colonist out into the woods to chop trees and there's a wolf there, I want them to get attacked by that wolf, regardless of if the player's there or not. But that's what I'm going for. I want those interactions to actually happen. Like, if you leave your colony undefended and they get attacked, you're gonna have to pay for it, so to speak. Okay, so we're just breakpointed here. Here we're at load PCG save. So it's so weird. Like, I added to this set. With a save name on it. But if I'm looking here, there's literally one without a save name. And that one's stuck currently loading. Even though I know it has data on it, so it finished loading. Let me look at, let me pop this out. Okay, so I loaded. Let me actually log what I loaded. Could have been doing that the whole time, probably. Loaded. Oh, it's empty. Okay, well that kind of explains it. And it has points in here. Why is that? If I'm getting the... God, I'm so confused as to how this is being stored. Like, is this a pointer to a reference of it? I would assume so. So I would assume this is me actually editing the same thing, not making a copy. Yeah, I think maybe I should... Let me change it all to... I'm going to change everything. Fuck it. We'll do it live, okay? Changing everything. Let's make it a U object again. Rather than a struct. Okay, and then let's do a replace here. So we're going to replace all F's with U's. Yeah, that looks good. Replace all. Yes. Well, I guess I forward declared it there. Okay, we'll do it live. Right, and then I need to change it to actually inherit from a U object. Okay, you are now a U object. What are you mad at? Oh, right, it needs to all be public now. Okay. You good? Okay, we're happy now. So I think if I'm remembering correctly, the reason I changed from UObject was that I wanted to store the UObjects by save slot name. Like, and I wanted to override these equality operators so that I could put it in like a set by itself and have that like as a pointer, but instead have the save slot name be the like key in the set. But for some reason you can't do, I guess you can't really do that, because when you put a pointer in a collection, it always treats it as a pointer, and it just checks the memory address of the pointer to see if that's the same, which was not working for me. But I'm just gonna, I guess I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and store it in like a map now, in maps just everywhere. By the save name, which will include here. I'll need to change that in a sec, because this is my LRU cache for these PCG saves. This needs to change to new object. Let's add terrain subsystem as the parent. What else are we mad at here? Save container pointer. I guess this is a pointer now. Does it have to be fine? Can I just I forget, can I just do let's do this. If it doesn't contains save slot name, we just return there. Yeah. Okay. And so if it do be contained, okay, we'll just do that. We'll do that. And so that'll be a pointer. Okay, so change all my save container dots back to arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Replace all, sure. Is that good? We good there? Okay, I think so far so good. So now I need to change, I guess, loaded PCG points. I mean, if this is going to be the source of truth, maybe this should just be a T set of F string. And then I can just use that string to look it up in here. Because I need this to be a U property, so these pointers don't get garbage collected. But Unreal Engine is annoying, and you can't put U properties when you have like a collection as a value. A collection of pointers, I guess, yeah. Or is it just a collection? Oh, tell me the error. Oh, well that's also just not, the LRU cache is not something that's exposed to blueprints, so I couldn't, even if I didn't store it like that, but here we are. I think that makes a lot more sense now. Okay, and then my PCG save slot names, that contains, the vector is the coordinate of the PCG grid cell, and it points to a collection of save file names for that cell. Like I can, like whenever a cell loads, I can look up what saves I need by the cell. And I need to maintain what all the save slot names are, so when I save the game overall, not just the PCG components, I can load all of them back up. So this is just a collection of everything in the game. But loaded PCG points is just the ones in memory. It's an LRU cache, so we'll get rid of the least recently used after we get to a certain threshold. I have that working already. And then save container hard refs is kind of the source of truth. That's where I'll look them up after I get the save file name. Yeah. Okay. That should have made some things go red. Yeah, here we go. Here they are. Here they are. Okay, let me look through here. This is serializing it. Okay. So if we are saving, we're going to go through loaded PCG points. And this should be changed to an F string. I think this would probably just be const, right? Save containers, change that to save slot names. So I'll need to look up the save container in the hard refs. If it doesn't contain save slot names, it shouldn't. That should never be the case. Why are you mad at me? Oh, this is a... Oh, yeah, right. This is a list. This is a... I'm dumb. It's a set. Save slot name. Okay. Now we do that. Loaded PCG points. Yeah, so now we look it up. If it contains save slot name, if it doesn't, just continue. That should never happen, but just in case it does. Should I log that scenario? Let's log that scenario as an error. Error? And then let's log, I guess we'll log the save slot name in question. On serialize, save slot name doesn't exist in hard refs. Continue. Otherwise, save and unload PCG save container hard ref, save slot name. Bing, bang, boom. Okay, that has a UPCG container pointer passed in. That's good. Good. Okay, back up here. Getter load PCG saves. Where am I using this? Remind me again. Right. Okay, so when we are loading, so when we're loading the game overall, or when a colonist is trying to get desired points for an unloaded level, or an unloaded area in the world. Okay, so we're gonna find the... What are we finding here? The save slot names. What am I doing here? And I get save game objects here. That needs to be a pointer. Place. Let's actually rename that overall. Refactor to save container. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we'll get there in a second. Not yet. Save game object. Let's also refactor that. Save container. Maybe I don't even need on the PCG point container. This is like the method that you get desired PCG points. This is what like queries the save files and returns like if I tell a colonist to go gather food, the colonist, I need to know what points, first of all, what points exist in the world and which ones are the food ones. And so the way I stored them is I have these like resource types and gather types. Wood, you know, I can tell it to go chop wood and it'll look up those points by those identifiers. And all my points are kind of tagged by a row in a data table. And so that's how I have that information. And then I just kind of compile a list of applicable points and give it like the closest one as well. And so then the colonist knows where to go and what to interact with and stuff like that. So that's what this is about. Save containers. You don't like being... what am I returning from here? Right, I'm not even returning the right type there. That makes sense. Makes sense. Save objects. Let's actually put the type here. F string pointer to save objects. That's fine because we're just going to. I'm essentially going to compile a list of these, and it's returning by ref. Let's actually pass that in as a param. I think that makes more sense. I think that makes more sense. Let me look at this real quick. That'll turn into. So that would just exist in that scope. Where else am I using this? Would that make sense here? Yeah, I need to change this as well. So if we're saving, iterate through the save slot entries. Or no, this is loading. If we're loading, let me put that here. Loading, saving. Save slot names. Then we have the save slot entry, which is the grid cell to list of saves. Load PCG saves, like grid cell location. What was I expecting to do with that? Because I'm not even doing anything with the return value. I guess that just primes the caches, right? I think that just primes the caches. Load PCG save. Okay, yeah. That's what that's doing. So, I mean, maybe it doesn't make sense to do that then. And I think that can just return kind of an expensive copy. So we'll return the ref there. Change that back to what we were doing. Okay, so we have the set pointer to F string. F string, save slot name. Anyways, I'll go do some stuff. So yeah. Do what you need to do, mate. Appreciate the raid. I hope to check out your stream in the future and see what kind of procedural shenanigans you're up to. But yeah, take care, bud. Okay, so we have the save slot names here. And I guess I just need to file a set of containers. This is rather save slot names here. Save containers, add, and then I just need to look up rather if. Yeah, I think that's it. Then we return save containers there. And this is a pointer. Right? That's so weird. Yeah, I don't like that. Don't like that syntax. So we're just gonna go with the contains method here then. Contains save container hard reps. Give it the save slot name. What's that? Converting. What are we converting here? A T object pointer to a raw pointer. That's fine. Okay. if it's essentially like if we have save slot names for that grid cell location, we will return them all. And if they don't exist in save container hard refs, then I guess I should load it, right? And does this, what am I doing here? It does return, but it's an async op. Better load PCG saves. Okay, so this isn't going to be, what is this going to do? Man, changing my loads and saves to an async background task just increased the complexity of the system like tenfold. Yeah, how's that gonna work? I didn't even think about this. I didn't even think about this. I almost need like I almost need to return like an async task to be able to be awaited on or something. Because calling this get desired PCG points function again is what the colonists are going to do when they need to find something to like go pick or something. And I think for the most part, you know, if they're near the player, the things will be in the memory and it will be able to return immediately. But for the cases where they aren't, yeah, I would want to like await it in here because this will be called from a background thread as well. In the I have a state tree task that'll do it. Skedaddle too, yeah, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follow as well. Lord Duxter. I like that name. And Plutos. Appreciate the follow there. I think I've seen you in Odds chat. Oh yeah. I've seen your name. Load PCG save. Yeah, I need to think about this a little harder. I didn't set this up right. What am I taking in here? And let's save the save name and the grid cell, which I would have both there. Save slot name, grid cell location. Yeah, this is going to be weird. Here's all the save containers for this grid cell location. How would I like await? So I know the. Let me look here actually. Let me look at. I know the save method and load method do this. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Load game. I know they create like a task and await on it. Of course, can't just go directly to the definition. Why'd that be the case? I have to find it. I have to find it. Save and load are not done in same thread. No, I'm creating my own background task to do it. So I'm using like the synchronous version of the save game and load game. Here we go. Here's what I'm looking for. But I'm using the synchronous version of it, but on my own background thread. And I'm doing that because these are going to be saving and loading at runtime, like as PCG is generating points. And so like for load, or rather, let's look at save. So here's my save method here for like a save container. And like, there's potentially going to be a lot of points. Like, and I have to iterate over the number of points and like serialize them. And so if I did that on the game thread, I originally had it working on the game thread. it was slow. It was slow. So I needed to make it async. And a background task is non-frame blocking, which is perfect because PCG does have a concept of execution frames. And so I can just return false from my PCG node whenever the load isn't done yet. That works all well and good. But it's when my colonists are now going to read the points from disk that I need to think of. And I think I want to return the same way. Yeah, I close it. Shit. Now back. There we go. I think the same way that we're doing here, or the engine does it here. And your objects are accessed from the game thread too. The save containers, potentially, yeah, but not while they're saving or loading. They're like locked. They're in like I'm maintaining which ones are saving and loading so that there's no like wonkiness happening there. And hopefully I'm doing that right. Yeah, I have a lot of experience now with working with U objects on different threads. My whole ECS system is essentially entirely runs on the background threads, save for a few different processors. So, and all my entity data is like, they're all U objects. So yeah, storing those, iterating over those. I have a lot of experience with when I need to lock the thread and whatnot. But what are we doing here? So there's like a returns an F task. No, not that. And a wait for async task. Okay. Now, does the save game async? Well, no, I'm not using the save game async. God, I wish I could return this operation here. Let me look. What does this return? A T task. T task. Is it the same thing? It is. Okay. Okay, so I have an operation here. I'm just going to call that task. So let's return that task so that we can await on it if we need to. Task. I just do F task. I guess I may need to import that. Let's do the using namespace thing in the files. Okay, so return. The fuck do I return here now, though? Shit. What do I return here? I don't have a task. I just do F task? Okay. But what does this mean? What does it all mean, Basil? What does a blank task do? I don't know, but writer doesn't complain, so we're just going to move forward and wait for that to bite us in the ass later. Okay, so that returns a task. Let's make sure save does the same thing. Keep that consistent. Save, there you go. F task, launch it, and then return it. When generating PCG at runtime, it isn't in the game thread. Yes, yeah. There are asynchronous operations. I mean, there's like a whole execution system that's very complicated. And I think it does most things on the game thread, but there are some async operations that it does. And it does do it across different frames. So, and it can also do things on the GPU now. So it's kind of like yes and no, I suppose. Oh, and then I need to call, I'm calling back on the game thread. I think I need to change that. Maybe the spawn of components is spread. Yeah, it does. It partitions its execution frames and spawns them in different frames. I have all that like been like 2 weeks figuring that out. So this prepare data internal function, this is like the node in the graph, and I've overridden this prepare data internal, and I can like tell. Wrote some comments here. I know when it's like doing it across multiple frames, and I can like kind of wait for it to do its things and stuff. You can use PCG to populate floating platform. To make the platforms or just to put stuff on them? But yeah. PCG, like if you're not doing what I'm doing with it, it's quite nice to work with. Spawning plants, pots, lights, props. Yeah. That's all very straightforward. If you don't need to dig into the internals of PCG, very straightforward, very nice to use. But yeah, now I have a task here as well though. The callback. I wonder if I should do the callback differently. Can I what did I just do? I wonder if I can bind something to the task itself and just register a callback that way. I'm using the grammar thing with a spline. Yeah, I've seen the grammar thing. I have no idea what it means. I'm populating the inners with spline surface and grid. Yeah, the spline makes sense. What, can you tell me what the grammar thing is? Because I have seen that node, or nodes that reference grammar, but I have no idea what that means. It's a bit like L system. Okay, yes. Ah, yes, L. Yeah, okay, yeah, totally know what you mean there. L system, yeah. L system this, L system that, yeah. So I have a task here. What can I do with this task? You give a spline and a dictionary of things. You say first floor, next floors for a building. Okay, so the grammar thing is for making buildings specifically. Then you decompose on the horizontal axis. Yeah, you're talking over my head now, bud. But I do plan to do some procedural, like dungeons and building and stuff. So maybe I'll understand you someday. Task, wait. Busy wait. Is completed. I would like a, then you decompose your spline and a dictionary of things. So it means it'll place one corner in as many walls as it can. Okay, so is it just a way of spawning a dictionary of things? Is that what I'm reading? Look back at this. How do they do wait for async task? What is this? Async task. We need to pump messages on the game thread. We just wait. And then we just do a while. There's gotta be... Get save names async. Callback. Internal get save names async. There's gotta be an example of what I'm trying to do somewhere in the engine. Hello, where is your declaration, please? Oh my god, of course. Okay, what am I trying to do here? A set of rules to make things. Okay. I mean, I guess that kind of sounds similar to just the static mesh spawner. Right, because the static mesh spawner has like weights and stuff in it too. But I guess it's probably just like a more, I guess if it's called a grammar, it's just like a more, it has more, what am I trying to say? It has like more meaning to it, I guess. Launch. It should already be launched. Wait, busy wait. What is busy wait? Deprecated. Awesome. Okay. Never mind. Is awaitable, is completed, is valid, get extended part. Try, retract, and execute. So how would I do it if I wanted to like bind a callback to this? I could just do something on tick. Just check these tasks on tick and then do the callback or whatever. If interested. Yeah, I'm sure I'll check out that system at some point when I'm ready for it. Right now it seems like a side quest. And the main quest is things are broken, so main quest takes priority. So I guess what I'm trying to avoid here is this callback to the game thread. And I could just change that. Could change the game thread part. Yeah, why don't I just move this? I'm just going to move this in here. God, this is an ugly, ugly syntax, though. Is that what I want to do? Why was I doing this on the game thread? Make sure that there was no collisions here, probably. I mean, does that need to? I mean... Yeah, I guess this is just to prevent redlock. Let's look at save PCG save. Where's save PCG save? There it is. Add PCG save to cache. Yeah, okay, so I guess it's just, I just did it on the game thread to prevent a collision happening. I mean, should I just put it in there? Because I don't necessarily care that it's done or not. I guess the point that's the problem is when it happens here for the colonists checking already on a background thread. So I'll need to do the this get or load PCG saves. Yeah, this is where the problem's going to be because there's going to be a bunch of tasks. Let me think here. What do I want to do about this? Get or load PCG saves. Where am I using this? Yeah, I guess I would want to await there. Yeah, I guess every time I use get or load PCG saves, I want to wait on all the tasks. But I think that'll maybe be the job of this, rather than return the tasks. So let's create an array f task. Load PCG save. Wait, okay, let's check this one out now. Hang on. I would not want to await there for sure. Remove PCG point container. Ugh. Oh my god, I hate how complicated this is going to be. I would want to await there, though. Because removing it should happen. Oh, should it happen on the background thread? No, I can't. I can't remove from an ISM on the background thread. That needs to... Well... It happens in here. Oh my god, there's going to be so many branching threads here. Okay. I guess a lot of this could still happen on the background thread, and then I just need to make sure this ISMC part happens on the game thread. It could get a little weird, so I'd have to think about like when two colonists are like trying to remove the same point or something like that. There could be some race conditions there. And as long as I like... As long as I do validity checks and just do nothing if it's invalid, then I think that would end up being fine. Doesn't matter. Whoever gets it first, kind of. So I could pick this part off into the game thread. So I kind of have like two different... For a given PCG point, I have like two kind of different sources of it. One of them exists on the instance static mesh component itself, and the other one exists like just in a list of structs that'll be in memory. And so the list of structs is what like I give to the colonist state tree task to be like, hey, go move to this thing, go pick this thing. And so if it were to move on something that's already been picked and try to pick it, I would not want to just do this by default. Since it's a remove at swap, the instance index is going to probably still be valid. In which case we probably need to check that it's the same point first. Which is this part. Instance index. Yeah, there's an interesting problem that'll happen here if two colonists try to pick the same thing. A cat named Mittens. Yeah, I need to compare the transforms, I think. So I actually need to pass in the... Well, I have the point data. Well, I'm relying on the instance index here, though. Okay, so I need to probably update this. Oh my god, there's so much work I need to do. Okay, yeah, we're not getting to the procedural terrain serialization today. Yikes. So I actually need to pass in the point container. Because that'll have the transform on it, like the old transform, potentially old transform. And then when I finally get here, I need to check that transform is still the same, because this instance indices is an array that is keyed by instance index, the ISM instance index, and points to the point index in the point set. So I need to check if the point at that point index transform is the same as the transform on the container, then we can continue. Ludas, you've come into my stream and twice now you've said you're disappointed and asking for a refund. I'm sorry I've let you down. Your confidence in me is admirable but misguided. Okay, let me... Is this a to-do? I think this is a to-do. To-do. Change this to pass in point container and make sure that the... potentially... old point transform at this instance's point index is the same as the one on the point container for the case of two colonists trying to pick the same thing. To do is a magic word, makes problems disappear. Yeah, it does for me in my actual job as well. You just slap a to do on that bad boy, never have to do it again. However, this is like a game breaking thing, so I will have to do that. Right now I only have one colonist running around. I mean, I could have a bunch. I will want to test that eventually. Probably should have tested that first before moving on. Okay, I think what I was trying to do is I was trying to figure out if load PCG save should await always. I had that in my find, didn't I? So remove PCG point container. Maybe I should just pass a boolean into this function for whether or not it should await. That is not, there we go. Let me refine them. I think they're at a different location now. You track the indexes of the ISM, yeah, have to. Fortunately, there was already like the node. I'm essentially extending the static mesh spawner node, and that already stores an array of like, you know what happens when you delete an instance? Yes, and then I'm handling that. It does a remove at swap, so that's kind of what I was just talking about. Like, I have to do the same remove at swap that happens when you remove the instance internally to make sure that they stay updated. And then anytime the node reruns, I found out it reorders the instances, and so I have to capture that as well, which I am properly. It works when there's only one colonist trying to pick something. When there's more than one, I know that it will fail, and it will remove some point on the other side of the world. Or not world, but chunk. Yeah, so load PCG save. I can do an await in the PCG point container. And what does this return? This returns a set. No, it doesn't. Returns a PCG point container, which am I using that anywhere? I use it here. Now, this is where I wouldn't want to await. In the PCG node. Which is why I'm just checking if there is a null container. Just return false so that it checks the next frame. Okay. Yeah, I think probably the best way is to have a boolean in here for whether or not it should await. That's the wrong one. That is it the wrong one? No, it's not. This is the right one. Wait, what was I doing here? Hang on. Computer load PCG saves. This one. Computer load PCGs. Okay, save thing. Same. Okay, we're good. So if we're awaiting, if be await, I think I want to do that same thing while ask. Come on, spell correctly. while it's not completed. No. I can just do task.wait. Task.wait. What does the bool return? Waits for the task completion without timeout. Tries to retract the task and execute it in place. It failed. Blocks until the task is completed by another thread. Return true if the task completed. Okay, so it would... I guess it's just trying to share the same signature as that one. So the bool, it's always true. So we're going to ignore that return value, which is annoying. Task.wait, and then we want to return... But it fucking goes off into the game thread, so it's not going to be in the cache. Ooh. So I can't even return it here. Multi-threaded program. Oh boy. And it sucks because this one doesn't even return, the async task doesn't even return a thing to wait on. And the task graph launch takes in the task priority, which does not have a game thread. As far as I know. Does not have a way to execute one on the game thread. Is in game thread. Ooh, hang on. Is normal game thread then? Okay. Let me find usages of normal then. Source, it's probably in runtime somewhere. Runtime core, async fundamental. Engine audio thread. Take me to a line that shows me that normal means game thread. That would be nice. That would be nice. Maybe I can search. Let me Unreal Engine task graph game thread. How to create a task in game thread and wait for it. It's circa 2021. I don't know if I want that info. I know I'm getting older whenever I search for like some programming answer. And the year that is acceptable to trust, it keeps getting later and later. Like, I remember looking up answers and being like, okay, 2014, yeah, that's a good answer. That's a nice reason. Now I see 2014, I'm like, God, that was an eon ago. Task graph. I'm not really finding an answer. Wait, what did that say? I bet actually, I had an idea. I'll do this. While save container hard refs. does not contain the slot name, save slot name. I will red.sleep, yeah. Sleep thread. Okay, give me the answer. Come on, Copilot. Oh my god, you had it there for a second. Oh my god. Is that it? Is it actually... Yeah, I should probably... Let's actually look that up. Sleep, Unreal Engine... Unreal Engine... Sleep current thread. ...2014, oof. F platform to process sleep. Okay. Copilot did get that right. Let's double check that. Okay, they're doing sleep as well. Now there is an F generic platform process sleep. Why does sleep all threads? Okay, that's not what I want. I mean, maybe I don't need anything in that body. Whoops, no, don't copy. And we'll block. Okay, yeah, so maybe I just need to wait. Okay, I need to while and just not do anything in there. And then once it does, we return it. Otherwise, return null pointer. Okay, I think that works. Fix this real quick. F string. Well, we already have the slot name. Wait, undo. That was right. Save game object, refactor that. Container, good. Loaded PCG points, fine. Yeah, we'll need to change that as well. Okay, back to... Yeah, so we want to await here. Await. And so PCG, F PCG point container. Wait, why is that still F? That's not even right. Oh no, that's the point container. Okay, ignore that. Okay, where else are we using this? Yeah, we want to await here? Do we want to await here? I would in that case. I don't necessarily need to here. This is when the whole game serializes, so it's like put or quit. We'll keep it simple for now and we'll just keep it consistent. We will make it await. This just function will await both of these by default. Okay, so load PCG save will eventually return a PCG save container. And so we will add that to our output container, and it doesn't return until it exists in the hard refs, so that's all well and good. Okay. And that's if we have the save slot names already. If we don't, add that. This will just be a save slot of save slot name. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, if we found it. I've changed what these collections are, so it's throwing me off in my head a little bit. So if it, then we're going to add it. A T slot of F string, right? T set of F string. Save slot names. We're just going to load all of that. So we actually don't need to do... Wait, that's going to be empty. I need to find for each of these save slot names. Wait, am I dumb? What's happening here? Okay, if the loaded PCG points does not contain anything in that grid cell location, it means it's not loaded. So I'm going to add an entry in there. That's fine. That makes sense. We do that, yes. We add an entry for that grid cell. Save slot names. What was this before? PCG save slot. We look up the yeah, that's let me look at the diff here actually. What was I doing before? We would find the save game objects. I'm just finding the set to add to, I believe. Okay, yeah. So I don't need to do that anymore. We're gonna load, that's gonna wait. I will need, let's just make that global. T-set nail, I think we can skip that now. That got a little simpler. Wait, no, undo. If save slot names. Why wouldn't there be a save slot name? Right. There should. There should be. I just added one. Yeah, and then I just dereferenced the names. So we're gonna assume that I do want that. I kind of feel like I want that to crash. Save slot names. PCG save slot names. PCG save slot names. So this would just be empty if no, I mean this it was right. Yeah, I do need to check if that exists. Okay. Yeah, if I've serialized them already. If not, what's going to happen? That would mean that like there's a colonist that has gone into a grid cell that has not generated yet. ever. Okay, I think that problem gets fixed when I change the surface sampler node to sample my procedural terrain rather than doing the world hit rate query. Because then I can run PCG for the whole world. Also, I think what's probably going to happen is that the colonists would never move into a terrain chunk that has never generated yet. So hopefully that just would never happen. But yeah, we can just return essentially no points. So I think that's fine. So I think what's going to happen is if the terrain chunks haven't ever been generated, like that section of the world just isn't turned on yet, basically. Because that's what's going to prompt the nav mesh to generate, and I'm going to be serializing the nav mesh, or rather like preventing the nav mesh from unloading when the terrain underneath it goes out of, you know, gets garbage collected or whatever. So that nav mesh is how I'm going to determine how the in-memory entities move. And so if a terrain chunk has never generated yet, the nav mesh would never have generated there. So the colonist should never move into a chunk that has never generated PCG. Cross fingers, yeah. This will need some heavy testing for sure. Oh, but now that I think about it, I'm not generating... I'm generating PCG in a smaller radius than I am the terrain. And I was doing that because it needs the terrain collision to be there to generate points on the terrain. So there's actually some chunks that don't have PCG generated on it. But I've also changed, I think I have set to where my colonists are actually generation sources. But, oh, that was when they were actors, and they're not actors anymore. They're not actors, they're entities. Okay, that'll need some thought. That'll need some thought. All right, another to do. What happens when a colonist moves into a PCG grid cell location that has never generated yet? I think probably what I could just do is once I get the node working to sample my procedural terrain algorithm instead of doing the collision hit trace, is then I can probably it'll be the else. So let me actually put that to do in the else. So I think I can probably just like do a manual execute. I'd have to figure out how to do that though, but I can probably manually execute the PCG graph at this grid cell location. Granted that the surface sampler can sample the rock terrain algorithm. God, this is dense work right here. I appreciate everyone for sticking around for this. Probably kind of hard to follow. I feel like once I actually start getting into like the prettier things of this system, it was auto-completing is not evil. Little do you know, I have evil terrain chunks somewhere in my code base. Yeah, I think once I start getting into like the prettier parts of my development process, I think that's when it'll get more entertaining to watch and potentially have more viewers. Right now, it's just like a lot of C++ work, which like, you know, not super thrilling. Okay. Wait, grid cell. We have it at this grid cell and it contains this name. Then I need to... And honestly, if it's in the hard refs, I don't even need to check the loaded PCG points. If it's in the hard refs, the loaded PCG points is really all that does is just keeping track of which one was most recently used. Which maybe isn't even necessary anymore. Maybe I do that manually now. I think I just check save container hard refs. That contains the save slot name. Or I did that wrong. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. And probably grab some more water. No, I have water. I'm good. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, we're back. Okay, back to the loading a save. Okay, I'm just trying to remember, where was I? This can just be an else now. Or rather, we don't even need the else. We're gonna load the add PCG saved cache. Wait a second. I'm adding it here. This isn't right. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay, and so when I'm loading, I guess I'm creating, yeah, back to here. So I'm just creating it here. And it's not going to be here. I think I need to okay, so the save container hard refs is not going to have it at that point now when I'm loading it before the load actually happens. I'm not creating it up front. Like, I'm not creating an empty one up front and storing it. So I guess it would need to be added in here, potentially. But then how do I make sure that it doesn't get like garbage collected or anything? I need to change the callback to take that again. Okay, I think actually, let me undo. I think actually I should add it here. I should, yeah, and do that. This is like one of my favorite AoE2 songs. Okay, so, and then this, rather, if it should be while currently loading slots contains do nothing. Because then it gets removed here, and then I can grab it from the save container hard ref. And then in here, do that. And I guess I would want to. No, I'm still going to create it. Create it on the game thread. Okay. Okay, I think this works. Loaded PCG points. Okay, now this is add PCG saved cache. In which we get a save container pointer. It should already be in the hard ref. It should already be in the hard refs. Let me make sure. Where's this call from? When loading and saving cache PCG save. Okay, so it's not necessarily going to. Okay, so it's not necessarily going to, but I need to make sure I'm actually putting the container in there. Okay. In loaded PCG points. Okay, so I guess I just need to be... Change this. Slot names, add the save slot name in there. And then I'm returning the container as well. Am I actually using that anywhere? No. Okay, let's just change that to void then if I'm not gonna do anything with it. And this one, I can change the syntax of this a little bit, actually. And I should probably just do the same thing for loaded PCG points. Oh, that's right, I can't because it's the LRE cache. It doesn't have that method. Okay. So if I have save slot names, add it. Otherwise, and we can just do this now. Before it was like weird copying the struct over when I did that, but now that's an easier way to do that. Okay. Are we good? Did we get rid of all the boo-boos? No, we got one more. Okay, so load PCG save. Yeah, we want to compare data internal. We don't want to await. Don't await there. Oh god, is it time to compile? I'm scared. Hold me. I'm in danger. What are the chances this works perfectly the first time? It's like sub 0.01%, I'm sure. It didn't even compile right the first time. Okay. Okay, what am I doing here? PCG data containers. Just trying to find the slot name. Okay, this is going to get a lot simpler too. So then this just becomes I could load PCG save here. Remove PCG point. I think I'm relying on keeping all the saves in memory for the loaded, like the running actual PCG components. So I would think load we'd want to await just because we hopefully know it's going to be in memory. Grid cell. Do I even need to pass a grid cell in there? That's just for the cache, really. It's just to make sure it gets put in the right cache. Is there a better way to do that? Doesn't I have to like I have to get that grid cell. I mean, I probably should use this method. Yeah, it should get owner get. Yeah, that actually should be the grid cell. So it's actually not that big of a deal. We will await, because hopefully it's just going to be in memory. If not, we're going to get a big frame hike. Okay, so now in remove PCG point. Yeah, we'll want to handle this. But we don't need to do that right now. Save slot names. Oh, right. It's a pointer. I think we can do something like that. Okay. Nope, still no. Returning address of local variable or property. Yeah, that makes sense. So it should be a copy, actually, which is annoying. Yeah, I don't think I want to copy that. So we're gonna do an out save containers there. Make sure it's empty. And then I'll just kind of create a throwaway one here. I don't actually need to do anything. Okay, can we compile now? Tune in to find out. Tonight at 5, will it compile? It worked! Okay. Yay. Yeah, I actually think this crashes on startup. No. Oh, there it is. Well, no, that's not a crash. Interesting. Okay, not everything's serialized properly. We only have mushrooms. Okay, let's change these back to save. We overwrite the data. Overwrite it. There we go. It didn't crash the first time. It did not crash the first time. Okay, so saving doesn't crash, that's good. Load them. It loaded. Let's force load again. Loading very fast as well, that's good to see. Let's play this level. This is where, huh? It's actually a static mesh. Now it's an actor. Okay, so what's going on here? Fatal error. Oh, this is, okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Why did I do that? I don't need that anymore. That makes sense as to why that crashed. There was a... that was a dingle, that was a line of dingle code there. But why didn't it load the trees? That was interesting. Perhaps it didn't, I mean, it seemed to load them properly not in Pi. Not in Plane Editor. So I don't know what happened there. Maybe it didn't actually save properly or something. Yes, yes, yes. I know the hash is bad. Okay, so now what do we have here? This thing again, dude. I swear to God, this line. Okay, is my save container borked here? No, it's not. It looks fine. It actually looks fine. We've got instances there. Why can't I in place here? Huh? Why are you mad at me here? This makes no sense. In place get ref. Okay. What's my index here? 4. So it looks like it did actually put something in there. Looks a little bit different from the other ones. Yeah, it's like some really small number. Why is that the case? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be in place get ref. Just do it this way. I'll do the same for the instance index as well. I don't know what the in-place get ref repercussions are. I mean, it was working fine. I think I've seen this one fail before too. Let's try again. The load should still be fine. Or the save file should be fine. I don't think I'll need to resave. I'm just changing the way I'm reading it back into memory. Okay, do we crash on load here? Yep, yes we do. Same spot? Okay, see now it's this one. Okay, so maybe I just shouldn't be in placing here. Okay, instance list. Sure, then after we fill it out, then we can just add it like we do the other ones. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay. Ooh, I'm doing another in place there. I've never seen it fail on that line, though. I definitely want to be able to generate like some ruins like this on my terrain with PCG. You know, it'd be really cool just to POI. You know, put some mobs in there or something. Okay, that's fine. Fuck. Okay, we got further, actually. We got further. Container is changed during range 4 loop iteration. What container? What are we doing here? Metadata? Why would that have happened? Am I still like loading this one or something? Which save is this? Save slot name is empty. That's not good. Am I not adding? Yeah, I guess I'm not. I need to add that. I need to add that when I create the object in here. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again. So that I actually know. I was probably causing some issues. But also just for debug purposes, I need to know like what save file I'm talking about there. Okay. Okay. Again, it didn't load correctly. Let's force load. Okay, force loading worked fantastically. Play. To unstable end. Again, we got here. Let me look at the save container for this loop. This is for mushrooms. There is one instance. One instance list, rather. And what's the issue here? I don't even know what the context is. We're trying to find an attribute on the PCG metadata. Okay. It's there. Yeah, it's there and it looks valid to me. And so we're trying to find static mesh. It should have that. On what? On attributes. Yeah, it's there. What is this syntax? Look at that. Look at that type. What is that type even? What does that even mean? A const FPCG metadata attribute based pointer. Const pointer? What? What? It's like a double pointer, but one of them is const? Or both of them? I don't. That's. God damn, that's a weird ass syntax right there. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah. So why is this? I guess attributes is a pointer. Well, no, the value is a pointer. Weird. Weird. Yeah, I don't know why this is an issue. It says everything's invalid. Like, I have no variables here that I can look at. Which made me think, like, the map itself was null, but then I click here and, like... Yeah, no, the map is fine. Yeah, none of this has anything to give me. Guess let's look here and, like, I don't know. What does metadata look like here? Yeah, it looks pretty valid to me. Looks valid to me, boss. Skip. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, and no error message or anything. Okay. I wonder if I need to run the fix up metadata. It had parent keys though, so when I create the metadata on the game thread, I see no issues with that. PC's G-save. Well, I guess it doesn't necessarily get created on the game thread, actually, but it should, in this case, it should. Maybe change the outer to save container. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what that error means. I mean, I guess I do fix up metadata. Well, I do it when it executes multiple frames. Okay, let's just try again, maybe. Save container, I create a new object. That's probably not what I need to do there anymore. We're not even getting there, so. That should probably always be populated. Valid case when we're saving for the first time, or when this node takes multiple frames. Yeah, that's gonna fail. Well, no, that might be fine. I guess I just don't care about whether or not it gets populated or not. Yeah, okay, so attribute static mesh is not in the metadata, so something's going wrong with the metadata, even though I'm sure that these static meshes are in there. Ensure condition failed. Okay, so yeah, I guess the I wish I didn't clear those logs. Do I still have them in Unreal? I do. Nice. Okay. I think probably what I'm saving in the metadata is not... Let me check where this is. What cases was happening here? Oh, right. Oh, okay. I think actually I do need to fix up the metadata after I load it. I think that's my problem. I changed how I was serializing the metadata to save on some space. I do serialize it directly, so... Let me look at save here. Yeah, I am just serializing it directly. Let me... After I load it. I have context here? I don't. Okay, so... Fix up metadata. Where are you at? Oh, I just need to call the flat on it. That's what I need to do. Okay, we'll reload again. We don't need to reload there or rebuild, but I just want to get the fresh slate here. See if it loads it better without any of those errors. We got there, that's fine. Another issue I need to fix. No, okay, so we still got invalid attributes. We didn't get that one warning, though. We did get rid of one warning. Okay. Look up where this is getting called from. Okay, so potentially a lot of places. Would be here. Okay, so I want to put a breakpoint there. Endpoint data. Yeah, I need to know when that's happening. So I guess let's just reopen the level. Okay. Prepare, kind of select instances. Okay, so let's look at the metadata here. Yeah, the attributes is empty. What is my endpoint data here? Points. I just got a bunch of empty points here. What is the endpoint data? Endpoint data, third param. Context current point data, which I assume. Where is that getting set? Is equal to point data. Oh yeah, I remember this whole flow. Okay. Spatial data to point data, input. Input data. Let me look at input data here. Are you getting copied correctly? Okay, so input data empty. Input data is empty there. Now, serialized tag data, if I'm remembering correctly, if we're loading, it should be putting that in. Should be putting that in the tag data there, save container point data. Okay, so maybe just that didn't get loaded correctly then. Look here, context. I mean, I already looked at this and it was invalid. So let me look at the save container then. What do you have in the save container? Okay, you're empty. You're just empty. Okay, so is this the case? What case is this? Oh, you know what? Okay, I think I know what's happening here. Okay, yeah, I should probably only return the hard ref if we're not currently loading. I think that's what's happening. Although, do I have something to check if it's currently loading? No. Okay, so load PCG save. Let me make sure making that change won't break anything. No, we only want to return... save container hard refs. Yeah, I think I want to do that. And come on, Ryder, what are you doing? And it doesn't load. Yeah, I think that was my issue. I didn't need to rebuild there, but it's fine. That's fine. Okay. Like I wanted to do the procedural terrain stuff. My God, it's still not correct. Still not correct. I wanted to do the procedural terrain serialization, but I've completely just decided that I'm going to rewrite. I'm just going to rewrite my entire PCG save serialization system. Okay, so let me look at the terrain subsystem. What's our state look like here? Currently loading slots is empty. Okay, so apparently I just loaded something that was empty. That don't make no sense. Where are my logs? Did it actually load? Let me look here. No, it didn't load it correctly. Okay. So I can see that there is a save with 763 points. It didn't put it into the cache correctly. Did not put it into the cache correctly. Which is weird. We do the callback. Reload. They contain our hard refs slot name, which is the same one that I'm using here. So I should be directly mutating that. Okay, so let's throw a breakpoint there. You serializing some stuff for save file purposes. So a little bit more than that. What I'm doing, my Twitch title isn't necessarily correct right now, but I'm using PCG, Procedural Content Generation Framework in Unreal Engine, and I want to serialize all of the points that generates so that it doesn't have to regenerate those points. It doesn't have to rerun the procedural generation graph. And so this is not necessarily going to be directly a part of my save game file, but each, because it's a runtime hierarchically generated partitioned PCG graph on the world, there's a bunch of different grid cells of PCG, and I need to save the sets of points that spawns. Like, I need to know which ones are the trees, I need to know which ones are the mushrooms, the plants and rocks and so forth. So that's what I'm working on. I'm essentially just rewriting that. I did have it working at one point, but I had to change it to work with my procedural terrain serialization. And the whole reason I'm doing this is because I have procedural terrain, and the terrain's not necessarily always going to be loaded, but I still want, because I'm going to be doing a colony sim, I still want the colonists to be like picking. I still want them to be simulated. And so I'll need to move them around in memory, and they'll need to query the environment in memory. So that's when they're going to query these serialized PCG points. And as I'm serializing them with like information on what the points represent. So like, is it food? Is it wood? Is it stone? You know, can I mine it? Can I chop it? Can I forage for it? That way, when I give my colonists a command, like go forage for food, and then I go over to the other side of the world, and the terrain and the PCG and even the actors all despawn, the colonists can still move around in memory and query for those points. That's the major goal there. That would be the major goal. Actually, I need to look here. I need to know what the save container is. Okay, it doesn't have the points there, but I presume that it does here. Ignore that one for now. Don't care about that. Save container. You have points. You have the data. Where does it go? Where does it go? And this is for save slot name white mushroom. So is this the white mushroom callback? Is for -10. Save container white mushroom. It's empty. Why is it empty? What happens? Now, I would understand it more if the pointers to the data got garbage collected or something. But they're not showing up as invalid. I guess it's just not actually. But when I get a copy, I mean, is this getting a copy? It's so. I mean, the whole reason I changed this is so I didn't have to deal with this. Okay, so I have a map of save slot name to save container pointer. Now I thought if I got the pointer from that map, I could mutate it, I could set information on it, and it would persist. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like I'm editing a copy of it. Which is odd to me. breakpoint there. Okay, so here, I've loaded it in this scope. I mean, maybe I should just pass the pointer through here rather than trying to get it from the save container hard refs all over again. But I have the edited thing here. Now let me actually, in here, let me look at save container hard refs. One sec. What save file am I on right now? Brown mushroom -10. Okay. Brown mushroom -10. Yeah, okay, so I'm not editing it. That's so strange to me. Do I need to store these as, let me store it as a raw pointer. Let me store it as a raw pointer and see what happens. Maybe something weird's happening with the T-object pointer. I did see that it was like converting it or whatever. But like if I get a pointer from this map, can't I fucking edit the pointer and it persists in the map? Thought that's how it worked. It's the whole reason I switched to a U object here. Try again. Okay, so we've gotten here. Now this is a good stopping point. So save container. I can see that I have my data populated there. Let's check the hard refs version of it, which there should only be one. It's empty. Like what is happening? I mean, is there just something I don't understand about maps? Unreal Engine getting a pointer from a collection and mutating it. Like, let me see, an object pointer. It's not getting garbage collected, it's just not getting mutated. I've never had this issue before. Like, I know this should be the case. Is it because I'm doing it on a background thread? Is that like... Is that the reason? It's like you can set variables on a pointer in a collection and it persists. Like... Yeah, maybe rather than... We'll try this. We'll pass it. We'll pass the created UPCG save container then. You need to dereference it. So before I was using struct pointers, and in that case I think I would need to, but that was still having issues. Like you can have a collection of pointers to actors, objects, whatever, and you can get the pointer from that collection and update it and like change the variables on it. Like that should be a thing. I know I've done that, like, because like when you use the arrow thing, you're like getting the reference to the memory and then changing it. So it has to be something to do with me doing this like on a background thread or something. Okay, but now I'm just passing it the save container that I've added to the hard refs, rather than getting it from the hard refs again. So we'll see if this still has the same issue. So yeah, the answer to the question is no, I shouldn't have to. Like you should never have to dereference a pointer to a U object or an actor. For structs, you may need to, but you should never, in Unreal Engine, dereference a U object or actor pointer. At least you shouldn't have to. If you are, I feel like you're, you're quote odd. You're petting the cat backwards if you're doing that. But I am second guessing myself now because of how well this is not working. It's not working very well. Doing a very good job at that. Okay, so here we are. Save container. That is updated. Okay, now let's look at save container hard refs. It's not updated. What? Like, what is... Okay, and so then I'll get here. Is this save container? I guess do I have it in scope? I don't have it in scope. So yeah, I guess the one. How does this even work? Is it creating two pointers? It's empty. Okay, so hang on. What if I added this save container in here? Now it's in scope. Let me check. I guess I'll need to do it in there. We'll pass it through. Same container. Okay, so we're gonna check here. UPCG save container pointer hard ref container. I'm gonna like bool b is same pointer. And we're gonna throw a breakpoint there so we can maybe these are two different pointers somehow. Like I'm creating an object and putting it into save container hard refs. Let me make sure I'm not doing that anywhere else. I am doing that here. Is that my issue? Am I accidentally overriding it with a different one? That might be my issue. I'm gonna put a breakpoint there. How many do I actually hit that? Do I actually hit that? Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while that builds. Okay. We've gotten here again. Turn my BRB message off. Get that out of here. Okay. So we got here. We've gotten there. We've gotten here. Is same pointer false? Okay. Okay. That answers some questions. It is not the same pointer. But I didn't get the breakpoint on this guy, where I do create the new point. Why is that? Is it an issue here? Oh, I bet it is actually. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't be doing that now. I'm creating a new pointer. I'm overriding it every time this gets hit. Duh. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, duh. I should only do it in here. If currently loading and saving slots doesn't contain it, put it in there and load it. Okay. Would I ever get here? Yeah, I should probably guard this as well. I don't think this would happen, but just in case. I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't be. If save container hard refs contains it and I'm in here, I would be loading something that's already loaded. So that should never be the case. So maybe I'll just let me do a check here. Check that it's not loaded. We'll get an assertion thrown there. If it's not. Okay, now we try again. I guarantee you that was the issue. Man, I was pulling my hair out over that one. Okay. Turns out I'm the problem. Okay. Loading. Okay, we got here. Now I can check in here. Save container has the updated one. Save container hard refs has the data. Yep, that was the issue. Okay. I'm gonna get there. We're gonna get here. His same pointer is now true. We did it. We fucking did it. Okay. Okay. Oh, look at it. It's beautiful. Okay. What was the issue? So the issue was I was overriding the pointer. So what had happened was this code right here where I'm creating a new object to have the data loaded into. I'm creating that here and I'm adding it to my save container hard refs. I was doing this right here. And because I added this part right here, where if save container hard refs contains the save slot name and the currently loading slots doesn't contain the slot name, then return it. Before this was just that, so I never reached this and I never recreated this pointer and added it to the refs. But when I updated it there, I should have moved this in here so that I only create a new pointer and add it to my container once. And I was essentially overriding it in this container, the pointer. I hope that makes sense. Okay, and my mushrooms are here, and my trees are here, and everything's good. Everything's good. Let's force reload there. Okay, it all reloaded. Cool. Let's play. It all loaded. Perfect. Ugh, perfect. Okay. Okay, now you get hungry and go get yourself some food. He's gonna get hungry here in a second. There he goes. Boom. Grab the food. Now he's gonna eat it. Good. Good. And I can grab some food and eat it too. I'll eat with you, buddy. Just two guys hanging out under a tree. Theoretically eating food. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Now what? Now I need to test this in my procedural level. My non-test level, and I should probably resave it because I made a lot of changes. Okay, so we'll let that generate, we'll resave, and then load. Right, I think I'll want to clean some stuff up. Clean up that save and load function. Are we still going? Yeah, we're still going. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's... I guess that can happen. I mean, this is loading, too. Okay, so we're loading correctly. Let's save. Okay, we saved. We're gonna stop. We're gonna go over to the menu level. Load. World has no context. Are we doing things? Did we? So we didn't actually load the level. Level didn't load properly. Okay, we're stuck. We are stuck. It's not responding. What's happening here? Okay, let's reload this. I need to know. I don't even know if we like loaded or not. Let me throw a log in here. Load map, and then we'll pass in the map name here. Can I do a, what is this? An F string? Okay, I gotta put the, here. Okay. Get rid of that now. Run live coding. It seemed like it was not loading the level properly. Load. Okay, so we got here. What's our map name? That is the right map. is not saying like invalid URL or anything. What was the, it was saying something about context, some world context not being right. Yeah, I guess we'll just see if my load map function, or my on map load gets hit. It does. Okay. Loaded right that time. On map load. Okay, we're there. Cool. Let's step into this. Let's endless terrain. I want to know if we get in here. No. I did load some points. Destroy actor. World has no context. Yeah, I don't. The state seems very. Pause. Where are we at? Oh, we're loading PCG saves, and we're getting stuck here. This is on the game thread. I see. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be doing that from here. Let's do await false. No. Where the hell is it? It's like up in here. Where am I serializing? No, I'm in the wrong file, that's why. Okay, so this is being serialized first. I think it should probably... Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so I think I need a boolean here. Bool be... Oh, wait. Bool be... Await, and I'm gonna initialize that to true, so I don't have to change it elsewhere. I will want to pass that in here. Which means I'll want to conditionally. I want to conditionally add this. Okay. I think before I serialize everything else, I should probably make sure that the endless terrain gets serialized first. How would I want to do that? I could just like manually make sure that that's the case. What's going to happen? I'm going to serialize. I mean, I guess it's not... no, I can serialize the PCG saves because it's not actually spawning anything, so that's fine. And then when the PCG finally gets going, once the terrain is done loading, done serializing, then it'll just grab from the cache So that'll actually be kind of good. Yeah, I know we get there. Okay, we're on serialized objects. Now I actually want to... I want to know when I get here. What object are we serializing first? The procedural terrain system. Okay, so it's going to do that. That's going to get kicked off in a background thread. Now we're on endless terrain. Now I should be hitting here. Okay, now we're moving on. I should maybe not do that and just make sure that the map loads correctly, but here we are. So we have the number of chunks. Good. Can I step through this a little bit? I supposedly have a new chunk created. Is the chunk coordinate populated? 0, 0. Yeah, that probably is the first one. Let me look at the height map now. Okay, we have the height map there. Okay, that actually seems correct. Let me look at this next chunk just to make sure the chunk coordinate is not 0, 0. It's not. Okay. I think we're good. Uh-oh. We're not. We are not. Okay, so this was... update or init chunk at position. Chunk, what do we got here? We do have the height map populated, it seems. We have data in there. Request mesh. What is LOD here? 5? I think I serialized the wrong number of height map coordinates. 240 by 240. Is that what it's supposed to be? I think it maybe should be 241. Where do I do that calc at? Probably in map generator. Noise map size. Ah, +1. Yep, okay. I did do that wrong. Okay. Num_score verts per chunk. Do I just +1 here? I think I just +1. Oh, let's make it a height map size. Do I have a map generator created already? So then I could just reuse that function. I don't think I do. The map generators, yeah, they're in the terrain chunks. And I haven't initialized that yet. So yeah, let's just copy the logic. And you know what, maybe, well, we'll do it like this for now. Actually, hang on, let me think about this, let me think. Let's just serialize the number of it, that way I literally never have to worry about matching this logic up again. I think that would be better. Let's do height map size. And I'll say height map size equals chunk height map.num. And this will be if B is loading, if we're saving rather. And then archive height map size. Okay, now I'll never have to, even if I change the logic, I'll never have to come back in here and change it again, because should get serialized properly. Okay, I will need to resave now, though, that I'm adding data. Oh my god, I don't even want to think about, like, if this game actually ships and I have to update the serialization to it. Oh god. I have to deal with different save versions and shit. I'm not even gonna think about that. That just makes me upset. Okay. Back to the level. Gotta regen. Yeah, this taking this long is the whole reason I wanted to work on the serialization. Like, I can't iterate very fast on the proc gen when it takes this long. At least on the non-generation parts of this level, at least. Like PCG. Save. We can skip that now. Saved. Go over to our main menu level now. Load game. Oh, look at that. See how much faster it generates now. Hopefully it's not. It's done, but it's not done. Okay. That was a lot faster, so now I just got to figure out why it's not done. I know it checks, like, the number of... Yeah. It's not actually spawning me as the player yet, despite it being done. If closest chunk chords is not empty and chunks loaded is greater than or equal to closest chunk chords, which is not true. We go here. If this is greater than 0, then we need to, like, do things with it. Minus chunks loaded is greater than 0. It should be. Yeah, so we're just reaching this. Then I guess chunks to render is empty. No. Chunks to destroy is empty. If B updating chunk or chunks loaded less than closest chunk coordinates, just return. And so what's the return condition? I guess chunks loaded. Nothing is ever getting added to chunks loaded. Where does that happen at? Chunk finish generating. Okay, where's this? Update or init chunk at position. Oh, and I guess because it's already existing in the map. Yes, okay. That makes sense. Should I manually call this here? I don't know if that's going to mess things up here. Yeah, visible terrain, yeah, I should be calling that, I guess. Update or init chunk of position, chunk finish generating. We're not, yeah, I want to do a clean run and see if that does anything. Messes it up. Should be harmless, but maybe there's a little bit of a performance hit there, so we will see. And so this will probably be what'll happen here. I don't think force init is true, is it? No, I don't think force init will be true. So we'll do this. All of this, which is just like making sure that the LOD index. Wait a second, on chunk finish generating. On chunk finish generating. Oh, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't get added. Oh, okay. So I think I need to re-add that, actually. Here's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. And maybe I should just call... Update or init chunk at position. Okay, I need to put this into a function. Do terrain chunks. I need to redo this. I need to make sure that they're named the same thing as well. A endless terrain init chunk. At position, sure. All of this needs to go in there. And that way I can call this same exact thing. Well, maybe this, I think this should actually be create chunk. New chunk. Is init terrain chunk. I guess I won't know what the chunk coordinate is. I need to put this in a temporary. Chunk coord. If we are saving, then we initialize chunk coord. Chunk coord. Put it in there. That's like our unique identifier. Okay. Okay, so if we're saving, not loading, so if we're saving, yeah, we get the chunk in the map. I mean, I could just put this down here and then do that. And then I don't want to init it yet. Yeah, so that last, this should be create new chunk. And this can be actually static. And then, yeah, we don't want to init there. Everything essentially but init. Oh, new outer. I guess I need to give it an outer. Actually, don't make it static. Don't make it static. That doesn't make sense anymore. I just need it for the outer, and then we can add it to the terrain trunk map. Yeah, so essentially do all of that except for init terrain chunk, and then init terrain chunk is what we'll want to do. The chunk here. Chunk chord. And then, yeah, then all we need to do is init that at the very end. Okay, so now these two flows are the same. Update or init chunk at position, terrain chunk map should already include it when it gets reloaded, and then it'll run through the init terrain chunk. We'll already have ran the new chunk code. Oh, that was not a very good name, was it? Okay, I think that's good. We'll start that rebuild. We'll look through this just to make sure. Because yeah, we basically just wanted that chunk finish generating to get bound. And then we're gonna, you know, make sure it's named the same thing. I think this is good. This feels good. Okay. Do I need to make a new save? I don't think so. Oh my god. What is happening? Look at that lasagna. Holy shit. Interesting. So it's spawning them all in the same location. I created a chunk lasagna. Okay, interesting. Let's just do a new map and make sure. Does that spawn the same, or did I mess that up too? No, that looks good. Let's make sure that it eventually gets... Make sure that eventually gets, that character gets spawned. Make sure this gets finished while I'm here. I think it's happening. It's happening. There we go. Okay. The PCG gets loaded. Okay, yeah, we look good there. So why was the spawn location so bad? Where do I update terrain chunk? Init terrain chunk? What happens in a init terrain chunk? That location. Chunk position, coordinates. Oh, did I not set coordinate properly? Oh yeah, I never ended up actually setting that. New chunk. Add the chunk coordinate. Should I just do that as a part of this? Well, shouldn't it be as a part of, yeah, it should be as a part of new chunk. Or init range chunk. Oh, but I'm passing in, there we go, that's the issue. That's the issue. There we go. Okay. Now we should be good. Now we won't have a lasagna. Even though that lasagna did look interesting. Okay, so back to the main menu level. Load. Load. Oh, look at it. It's beautiful. Oh my god, it loaded so much faster. But it didn't spawn my character. Okay, what's happening now? God, that was so much faster. Where's process chunks? Where are we at here? Chunks loaded, 357. If updating chunks, so are we getting here then? Yeah, we're calculating. Okay, so we're just not spawning the character. Where do I do that at? I think that's here in this on terrain loaded. Yeah, okay, so I think that's not getting hit. I don't think that ever got hit. And probably there's a log for it. Spawn player. That was at 1927. Okay, so 1928. Yeah, that wait a second. It got here. It just got here. Is new game. Oh, right. Okay, so now I need to serialize the character. Okay. Word. Yeah, the serialization spawns the character. I do want to make sure. Let's do an else here, actually. This way I wait to serialize the other things until after the terrain is done loading. I like that. That makes sense. So we have the game instance here, and I can get the save game subsystem directly. Serialize actors, I think is what I want to do. Wait. Can I ad hoc load that? Save game actors. Okay, I want to think about how to do this. The PCG won't generate until the player spawns. How do I want to do this? Where's my save game serializer? Let's put you over here. Okay. Okay. And let's open up the save game subsystem too. Okay. And how do I get the... Okay, we just get the binary serializer, the save name, we click save, okay. And so I guess what I want to do is then in this binary in my serializer, all I want to do is like just put the save game actors into an array or something to load later. So we serialize objects. How do I want to do this? So the save game system has save game objects. It should also have save game actors. Those are pointers though. I don't want to spawn the actors yet. But I do want to like prep them, you know? But I guess how do I do that? How do I do that? How do I do that? Because this archive is all like very order dependent. I guess I could just like serialize and spawn all the actors and then like when the terrain is done loading, just like teleport them to where they need to go. Just like have them turned off or something. Have their ticks turned off. And like maybe don't possess the character. Yeah, I think maybe just don't possess. If I don't possess the character, I think it'll be fine. And really the player character is all I have to worry about, because I think the entities will be serialized in a different way and they'll get spawned in a different way. I could just put it in a different file. That might actually be easiest. What's the standard? I feel like the standard is to like have everything all in one save file. That's probably convention. Should I break that convention? Let me just do some searching. Do games put all save data in one file? Let's do Unreal Engine specifically. So save data in multiple files. Is that normal? Well, this makes it sound like you want multiple different ones for different players or something. I need multiple save files for different things. One save file is fine. Yeah, but is it okay? Let's save level items across multiple slots. is thinking ahead to like an inevitable future, or not inevitable, but a possible future of this game gets released and someone has an issue in their save file and I need to debug it. And I'm like, hey, send me your save files. And then they have to send me like a whole folder of stuff. Leave me loading mini files or one large file? No answers. No answers. Is it a bad design to save your game in multiple files? Plenty of games do multiple saves, old and new. Issue with multiple files is if one of them gets corrupted or saves incorrectly, you can end up with stuff out of sync and or corrupted. This guy recommends SQLite. Is this the same guy I saw in another thread? Yeah, but a purpose-built database is never a bad idea for complex storage designs. Would I be writing to a fucking SQLite database? Is that a thing? Have I like have I gone out of my way to work with binary save files for nothing? I mean that could make like the PCG save points, like all the PCG points, like that could be really nice to read from the database. Let me look at this. Unreal Engine. Using SQLite for save game. SQL versus save games. Use SQLite plugin. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think you're misunderstanding how save games are usually done. You don't query a save game for any information. Well, that's where I'm doing things a little bit differently. Oh boy. If the data you're loading is too big or has too many relationships, then you may benefit from using something like SQLite. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at right now. Yeah, that could be really nice. I wonder if it's, I wonder how much faster or slower it would be than just doing a binary save file. I need Dr. Elliot. I'm gonna ask his thoughts. Thoughts on SQLite for save game. Interesting. Okay, so And if I ever wanted to do a, it could be really nice for the server actually as well. For transactions. Save game and sequel. Never used it, okay. I'm kind of leaning towards it actually now, and I feel shitty because I just I did a bunch. I finally got my head wrapped around the archives in Unreal Engine, which I guess I wouldn't use if I'm using SQLite. I don't want a SQL server though. I want some information. SQLite versus our archive save, read, write speed. Standalone databases for Unreal. I guess the reason I'm leaning towards using SQLite is that I know like the big MMO games use a SQL table, or not a table, but a SQL server to read and write to. But I think they probably only do that when the game stands up and shuts down. And maybe only for like item transactions as well. Like when you trade from player to player potentially. Make sure there's no duping or anything happening. And so for that, I'm not that I'm making an MMO, but like it feels good in my head for a multiplayer, and it's also familiar to me because it's more familiar than using a binary archive. I'm just wondering how much overhead that would have. Okay, where was I at? Did I close that window? Am I dumb? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'd really like to know if there's much performance difference. If there is a substantial performance difference, like for the PCG stuff, performance is kind of paramount. What are the performance characteristics of SQLite? I want it in comparison to like yeah, I'll probably just have to do some comparisons myself then. I'm not really finding any info. Okay, well, what do I do for now? What do I do for now to get unblocked? I don't know if I want to, like, rewrite everything in SQLite right now. I think then... what I want to do, I think I'll just want to save like the everything else in a different file. Like it's essentially like there's kind of just like two steps to the loading process. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily need to be in two different files. I mean, for now to get unblocked, why don't I kick that can down the road a little bit here? Why don't I just do that? Why don't I just not? We'll just spawn the player. That's a problem for a different day. Okay. We'll need to reload now. What would happen if I reloaded on the same map? Am I gonna like doubly spawn everything? Oh, I can't even reload. Okay, so okay. Now let's reload now. See how fast we go here. Boom. That is so much faster. Okay, I'm definitely not loading correctly. Wait, why am I not loading correctly? That's a good question. I actually ended up getting accomplished today what I wanted to, which is fantastic. Spawn player happened. Oh, but I have a bunch of if is new game things happening. Okay, so why is PCG not spawning? That is the question. It should start when the player spawns. So what's different now? And the character should be a PCG generation source. Add spawn to actor. Let's just set that to actually, let's go in here. Just let's make sure that everything is the same. rather than commenting that out, let's just hard code that. Okay, let's do that. See if PCG ends up spawning. I don't know why. I thought it was set to generate. Let me look here. Scheduling. Isn't there a thing somewhere that says to what treats? Never affect navigation. Is it on the graph itself? Or is it on the world actor? PCG world actor, partition size. Read editor viewport as generation source. I may need to look at the docs here. Unreal Engine, PCG. Where's the runtime? I need the runtime info. Or like a generation source info. Do I trigger that? Hang on, let me look through my code real quick. Just look for PCG in my code. And CPP, sure. PCG terrain controller. Yeah, this is all shit I don't use anymore. Okay, I don't think I trigger it anywhere. Yeah, that was a test. Okay. Back to the docs. Using modes, okay. Okay, generation sources represent points in the world, cause nearby to generate. It doesn't tell me where to set that though. I am set to generate a runtime. 5% sure that that's the case. Okay, so is it just automatically scheduled to use the player as a generation source. Default scheduling policy uses distance and redirection to prior generate components that are in front of and nearby a generation source. How do I actually set a generation source? Ain't nothing in that graph about it. Let me look at the... Do you have to add it onto the player character base? Did I add it there? I know there's like a little component you can add. So I don't have it added on the player. Interesting. Let's reload. Okay, it doesn't like reloading from the same map, I guess. Why? Okay, I'm not going to ask that question right now. I'll figure that out later. We're just going to get that restarted. And because I have the is new game set to true now every time, hopefully that spawns the character properly and does something. If that fixes the PCG generation, then there's something I don't understand about it. I'm wondering if, like, because the level was like serialized loaded, then or loaded via serialization, then PCG like didn't get turned on or something. That's what I feel like probably is happening. Load game. Bro, so much faster. Okay, PCG's still not going. Let me just manually rerun it, see what happens. Yeah, it's just straight up not working. The volume should still be there. Odd, how's it going, mate? Welcome in. Got the serialization completely rewritten, of course, and working. And actually, I'm wondering your thoughts on this. What are your thoughts on? Have you done any serialization for your game yet? Are you just using like the binary serialization? I actually kind of went down a thought process of using SQLite, specifically because I'm kind of wanting to save multiple files, do multiple save files. And for my PCG stuff, I think it might actually be really nice to have that in SQLite, query the points. I've only looked into the archiver, but I haven't done much yet. Yeah, same for me. Same for me. But I'm finally getting my head wrapped around how to use the archiver, and now I'm like, ooh, it's SQLite, you know, like, hang on, I gotta find this meme. Boyfriend walking meme. There we go. This is me. This is the archiver, and then this is SQLite. That's what I'm feeling right now. It's weird that serialized is both serialized and deserialized. Yeah, that took some wrapping my head around to grok. But you know, I'm familiar with SQLite, right? I'm very familiar with SQL, so that makes my brain happy for that reason. But like for every PCG partitioned grid, I am saving each set of points into a different file. So like here's one of my graphs for like forest, my trees. Here's a special node that I wrote to do the serialization. This will put all of the trees into one save file. Now I have some mushrooms up here. Each one of these, different save file. So it might be really nice to just have that in a SQLite database. Especially because I'm loading those. The reason I'm doing it in different files is so that I can only, like if I tell my colonists to go forage for food, I only want to load the files that are tagged with points that are food points, right? Like mushrooms. So that's why I'm doing it like that. But that in my head, that sounds like something that would be perfect for a relational database schema. And then I might be able to, I'm wondering if it's like more or less efficient to do that though. You know, like what overhead does SQLite bring to the table for its relational database usages? Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Asked Elliot about it. He said he hadn't done anything about it either. But yeah, my PCG ain't working now that I've loaded it. I've serialized all these terrain chunks are actually serialized now. So that's really nice. And it loads like a million times faster than doing the generation each time. But now PCG isn't starting. Let me actually, maybe I should look at the difference here. Try to notice the difference. Clear PCG link, refresh. It's like not on, even though it's like it's activated and stuff, but it's like not working. PCG world actor. If I toggled that, does that change anything? No. But for some reason, let's restart this level and we'll generate it from scratch. So let's run the procedural algorithm here. Okay, I'm gonna pause. Oh, what happened? Oh no. Oh no. Come back to me. Come back to me. What did I press? F9? What does F9 do? Are we running? Okay, we're just loading. Okay. I was thinking of breaking the seal on serialization by implementing a game settings menu and saving player choice there. And so like for you, you're gonna have a server, right? You're gonna have a dedicated server. So I guess your serialization would mostly be happening on the server side of things. But yeah, you would have some like player settings that would be saved locally, I suppose. But is there gonna be trading in your game, Odd? Because I was thinking that, like, I know, like, all the big MMOs and stuff, they use relational databases for the like, on the server side for the MMO. But really, it's only, like, read and written when the server stands up and shuts down. But I think they probably also, when the player trades another player, I think they do a transactional, like a database transaction there. And that's where the relational DB helps a lot, I suppose. To like guarantee that there's not a duplication happening there. So I'm wondering if there's going to be trading in your game, what you're going to do about that. Not sure about trading it. Could be cool. That would be like a really kind of like new territory, I feel like, for the kind of game that you're doing. It's like, can you imagine if there was trading in HOTS or League? You know, like what would that be like? Because you're going to have that whole PvE loop of like go get, you know, gear and abilities to kit out your character, right? So I guess, is that all going to be personal loot? Like everyone kind of gets their own loot drop from the boss, or what? Had some market makers mention the possibility of a real money economy like Counter-Strike. A super rare skin for a fire mage staff and trading. Okay, so you're really just trading cosmetics, not actual gear, is what you're saying. Okay, but PCG is here. Why did this one work? Cosmetics, yeah. And so you're going to do RMT with that as well. So there's going to need to be like a marketplace outside a game. Okay, so why did this biome core actually fucking generate this time? Why did this actually work? What's different? My world actor is here. Not stuck on that, it's just an intriguing business model to act as a middleman for real money player transfers. You like my hodgepodge assets? I did fix my biome generation, so there's not two biomes overlapping each other now. This is the plains biome, and then here's the forest biome. And the forest should have, maybe I can turn this on. Turn it on. Let's turn on grass and see what happens. Can I force regen? Force regen the whole graph. There we go. There's the forest. The grass takes up a lot of data, so I was turning that off for testing. Yeah, it's a little slow. Grass took up, let's see, 9 megabytes. Took 45 milliseconds to load. It is async though, so where are these choke points happening at? Didn't crash, so I'll take that win. Oh my god, what is happening? Okay, we're back. Yeah, here's the forest biome. And you see there's a little bit of overlap happening. Actually, there's a lot of overlap. Oh yeah, I didn't call. Oh yeah. Oops. Okay, so the meadows biome is generating over everything. I need to call that. It should be stopping right there. There's some mushrooms. So when I actually get some characters in the world, like some colonists will actually be able to go and pick these up, and it'll remove it from the serialized points. And so whenever this respawns, or not respawns, but generates back, you know, like let's say I walk away from this point in the world, everything will despawn, but in memory, the colonists will still be able to remove the point from the serialized data set. So when I come back here and then PCG respawns, it won't be there anymore. And then I'll have a subsystem kind of ticking periodically, maybe state tree, I don't know yet. Ticking every so often, and then it'll check. There's actually respawn settings on all these points, right? So I can look here on my this fancy node that I made, and like grass is a bad example. Let's look at tree. Here's a data table with the trees in them, and then in this data table, it's going to have this this array of static meshes, and this will be like the growth settings, and so it'll give you how much time each stage of the growth process exists for, and like with the scale min and max that it should lerp between. And then in here is like the respawn settings, some of them. And so it'll like how often this hypothetical background subsystem should check for respawns on a set of data points. So does the player start a new game and seed a new world? Yeah, exactly. And so it'll be different every time. This is just a really nice test one that I found. Got some water nearby, a couple different biomes. Yeah. Is it co-op? Not right now. I did a little bit with the multiplayer stuff, but it's not like, it's not working. So I'm gonna say no. Not right now. But I hope to make it co-op, yes. which is why I'm thinking, which is partially why I was leaning towards SQLite, because I think it could be, I do want like trading to be a thing. So it could be really nice for that transactional guarantee. And it has WoW plus Valheim vibes. Oh, that's high praise. That is exactly what I'm going for. Part of the reason, and I feel like I probably talked to you about this, I think maybe one of the first times you rated me way back when. That was a while ago. Crazy how far we both come in that time with our projects and our streaming. But yeah, I like having the mountains here. And I specifically did that because WoW zones do such a good job of telling like a contained story. And if you think about a Valheim zone, it's kind of, there's no strict borders really. It just kind of blends seamlessly between biomes. And so I really like the ability to kind of close off the zone a little bit and create these little zone entrances, which are what the white points are. They'll be like this right here. And so when you go to a new zone, I want it to be like a completely different looking zone, not just like in Valheim where each biome is like a different tier. You know, maybe when you generate a world, you'll start in like an Elwyn Forest looking zone. Maybe the next time you generate a world, you'll spawn in a Durotar looking zone or a Night Elf looking zone, you know? And then every neighboring zone will be a little bit different, so it'll create that really cool experience of like opening up into a new zone. Because like if I look at it from like this perspective, right? Like let's say I'm in this zone. Let's say I get spawned in the super hilly zone, hard to build in, hard to navigate zone. And I'm just wandering around, right? And then I kind of come up over this. Where is it? Ignore that. You know, when I get here, like this is an exciting moment in the game. To see the new zone, you're like, oh, that looks completely different. And maybe this will be like a swampy, dark, you know, Duskwood looking zone. And so I think that'll be a really cool experience. And I want to be able to tell a different story in each zone. And I want to be able to like complete a zone kind of like in WoW. You know how like a little bit of back and forth in between zones, but like you can kind of like in the alliance leveling, doing the four corners of like Elwyn, Westfall, Duskwood, and Redridge, like, and you kind of circle between those zones to like get it all complete. I think that's a really cool like play pattern and experience, because you kind of like are finishing up all these stories and they kind of interact with each other. You know, you got the Legend of Stalvan where you go from Duskwood to Westfall and you kind of learn a little bit more. Yeah, I think it'll be cool. I like those little details, how it'll show the title of a zone as you enter it. Yes, I want that as well. I think that'll be really cool. And playing a little music. Yeah, I definitely would love to have some unique music. Maybe not unique, but like some different music in each zone. You're definitely set up for something like that. Well, I'm glad you think so, because that's exactly what I'm going for. Just gotta do the work. And yeah, so I think my next kind of big chunk of work is going to be, probably mentioned this to you before, but 5.5 broke my algorithm, which is weird because I wouldn't have thought that would be the case, but these were lined up perfectly. And then I upgraded and now they suck. So I heard something about level design where players should be able to say, oh, there's the water level, some defining trait of the area. Yeah, that's, wouldn't have put it in those words, but yeah, I get that that concept, because like WoW does a really good job at that, because there's really only like maybe, oh, the zombie castle. Oh dude, I'm gonna have to put a zombie castle, which I think what I'll do is I'm gonna like, this is just like kind of like the first pass at generating a zone, right? Because I think I'm gonna go back over in the generation process and spawn. I have some ideas for like terrain features, like, you know, canyons and plateaux. Like think Searing Gorge in WoW. I know you know what I'm talking about. Searing Gorge in WoW, there's the cauldron, that big crater in the middle of the zone. And the whole zone is kind of like based around that area. And you kind of do questing and there's caves and stuff like that. So I want to add some landscape features in the zones kind of like that. Or maybe like Ungoro Crater or something like that. And then tell stories around that. And I think what I'll be able to do is ECG can create volumes. So I think I'll be able to, you know, do some spline sampling, create some volumes, and then I'll actually be able to have that Like right now, I could pretty easily show the name of the zone as you walk across a terrain chunk, because I know which zone, based on this map. Each chunk, like each pixel on this map is a terrain chunk, so I would know if the player touches a new terrain chunk to show that message, or something along those lines. But I also want to have like little areas inside these zones, very much like WoW. You know, you have the cauldron in the Searing Gorge. And so that'll be like, when I actually start to flesh out this world a lot more, that'll be one of the things that I start doing is some terrain feature areas, like, you know, maybe I draw like a volume over here for like maybe a little town gets spawned there or something, you know. Maybe I put a plateau over here. Maybe I add some cliffs over there, you know, that kind of stuff. And then with those volumes, I can kind of create that area, tell a story there. And then that way, you know, if I have all those areas defined as well and saved, then I can give that to the AI quest generator, and it can actually reference those in the quests and stuff like that. So that'll be really cool. A lot of work, though. A lot of work to do that. But yeah, my next big step is to change my algorithm into a shader rather than doing it on the CPU, because it is getting quite slow. It is quite slow to generate just this much. And most of it is from that algorithm. So if I can brush up on my HLSL, then it can get a lot cooler. And also, there's some pretty cool... The noise node in the material graph is pretty sweet. Like, here's this Voronoi... This is just from the noise node here. And there's different settings, which create, like, really different things here. And this is what I sample for the world map. Like, I take a sample like that. Let's make this bigger. I take a sample like that, you know, and then that's the world map. And then that's when I start applying all the biome information to it. So it would be nice to have access to this node to be able to use it. There's no Perlin noise in here, but that's okay. I can always write my own Perlin implementation pretty easily. That's a pretty known thing. Although Simplex, I think, is a stand-in. You could probably use that interchangeably with Perlin noise pretty much. Use noise a ton. Didn't know there's a built-in noise node. Yeah. I mean, check this out. Like, you can, like, if I take levels down to 1, like, it looks crazy. Bad example, too. Like, look how, like, it's all very circular. Like, what can I do? Maybe 0 to 1 is better. Yeah, there you go. This is, like, very cratery, right? Like, this is, it's drawing the Delune triangles here, or it's using Delune triangles to, like, draw circles, and then it's, like, the intersections of these are, like, what defines the stuff. But if you get granular enough, that's what it creates. Ignore that. I do a -1 to 0 so that I can get some water. But usually 0 to 1. What does turbulence do? Oh, shit. But there's all these, like, fun little settings. Right, like here, this is a very, very Voronoi. Like that's base Voronoi right there. Level scale, what does that mean? That didn't seem to change anything. Interesting. Looks like it's like a bunch of little tiny circles inside there. Gosh, I keep forgetting that's my keybind. That's crazy. I turned the level scale up to 10, and that's what it turned out to be without any turbulence. Let's do 10. Let's see. It's like so easy to play around with. That's crazy looking. Now I've forgotten what my settings were. Negative 1 to 1 turbulence. Oh, okay. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Oh, okay. It's like creating more or less water. I pan noise and multiply it atop another noise, and it creates incredible particle materials. Yeah, I know about that that technique. And I probably should get better at creating some particle effects. You and I use noise much differently. It's interesting. Now, I might have actually accidentally... Let's regenerate the level, because that's actually going to potentially make something new. I don't know if that's the same settings or not. It looks, for the most part, the same. I think, if anything, the altitude will just be a little bit different. Because that's what the black and white really just affects each chunk's altitude. And the black chunks, or the chunks in the black area, would be have special logic on them to actually put the negative to create the oceans. We're loading correctly. Yeah, okay, we're still doing things. There we go. Looks for the most part the same, so maybe I did get it right. I'm actually curious now. Let's change that to something super wonky. Like that's gonna be so okay. Let's see what this does. I've never actually tried something like this. Am I using ultra dynamic sky? No, I'm not. Just the default. God damn! Look at this. Oh god. Okay, we're generating, so gotta chill for a sec. I think what would be really cool is instead of using one noise to generate the entire world, maybe doing what you're saying and overlapping a couple noises and lerping between those two different noises at different rates to like affect the and lerping or maybe like using a sine wave or something to like, oh, this noise has this much influence in this area and so on and so forth and what have you. Look at this zone. Actually, it's funny because it put it drew the same border. Look how crazy that looks. It drew the same borders because that's seeded and using a different process. But this, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like that would be an interesting world. It's just like everything is at the same altitude almost. And what's interesting is like this noise that I'm in here is my swamp noise, so it has a different altitude effect on it. And like you can see, like this is what the altitude actually kind of peaks up here. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna run over there. Get some more chunks to generate. And is there still the biome's changed? Interesting. I don't even know. Are there any forest biomes anywhere? No forest biomes. Interesting. Maybe there's a bug there. I'm not sure. That seems kind of odd that would happen. But I can check, can't I? No, I can't. I only have the noise logged up there. Okay. I'm gonna run over to this big fucking mountain. Like, how cool would it be? Like, that could be a Black Rock Mountain right there. You know what I'm saying? There could be a whole story that takes place underground of this giant thing. And I actually have some really cool, like... I'll give you this tidbit. I want to have, like, the concept of world trees. Similar, you know, a lot of you know, Tolkien has world trees, and you generate caves underground. Not yet. I do intend to do so though with Perlin worms. Is a technique you can do for that. It'll probably be similar to a Minecraft-like cave system. But I want to have the concept of world trees, and I want to actually make a zone that is underneath the world tree that is entirely composed of the verticality of its roots intertwining and weaving throughout the level. So it'll actually be a really like kind of difficult to traverse level, but then all these different roots are going to go all over the place, and it'll be like really dark and dank, and you know, maybe there's some corruption, you know, source happening underneath the world tree. that you have to, you know, maybe it's spawning some interesting mobs and stuff down there you have to take care of. Huge lore opportunities with that, yeah. It's what I go to sleep thinking about every night. Druids, forest spirits. Oh yeah, yeah, we're on the same page. We are on the same page. And I want to have like multiple of them, and then maybe I'll like, you know, like pick a few random spawn points throughout the world. And you know, you got to go like, you know, one of them's corrupted, the other one's rotting, you know, another one, there's some fucking hotshot villain who's taking up refuge underneath it or something like that. Maybe there's some orcs trying to burn down another one, you know. So what are we looking at? It's very flat, which is interesting. I think it's actually the noise that I'm using on it. That's really interesting. And see, like, there's an entrance chunk right there, but not every zone is going to have like an entrance to it, just due to the procedural nature of things. Yeah, it looks like you'd be kind of stuck within here. And so as a player, you would eventually come to a zone where you'd either have to build some stairs or dig through it, you know. And I do want to have it so colonists can dig. So you can set them to the task of like digging a tunnel through to the next zone or something like that. Yeah, this is a cool level now. I want to get to the edge. How close am I to the edge? I'm actually going the wrong direction for that. Okay, I'm gonna try and teleport up here. Okay. Baby steps I'm teleporting, because I know my algorithm breaks at some point. Oh, there's some forest spawning. It is spawning the trees underground. Oh, I know what's happening. It's loading the previously serialized points incorrectly. Well, it's loading them correctly, but the points transform are based on the old world spawn points. Looks like it fixed itself though. Sort of. Where's the ring? There's the start of the ring, I think. Look at that little sapling. Oh god. Why is that hiccuping so bad? Like I did a save, like it should all be happening in a background thread. So it shouldn't be that bad. You know what we'll do? We'll slap a trace on that bad boy. Right. Oh yeah, my cache is full now. Okay. Let me look at my ECG infos here. See, this is the part that would be nice in sequel. 12,000 points for a bunch of grass, 2 megabytes. Yeah, that adds up. 10 megabytes here. Jesus. 60,000 points. Yeah. At that point, it might be... I don't know. It probably wouldn't be faster. I mean, I wonder if actually generating those points is what was causing the hiccups. Let's see if this works, actually. I haven't actually tested this code here. This is my LRU cache. So I can remove last recent. My cache size falling. Let me just get rid of that and see what happens. Okay, we're currently saving. Uh-oh. That's not good. Save and unload PCG save internal. I didn't get error saving. the container hard drives remove. I guess we never get there, do we? No. Okay, we're just gonna be constantly saving things. I'm sure my frame rate is going to deteriorate the more I move. But I'm interested to see the rest of this world. Look at this, look at this. This is a nice little area. I could set up a base here. Working on my first Steam page draft. Is it that time already? Oh man. Usually lamenting not having 3 to 4 different biomes to show off. Yeah, I was in stream when you were talking about that the other day. Are you gonna stick with the same... Looks like Mulgore, but better. Oh, stop it. You stop it right now. You know that's not true. Mulgore is the most beautiful zone. What is this code? What is even happening here? Yeah, are you gonna stick with the purple color palette, or are you gonna, or your different biomes gonna have different color palettes? Where is this code even getting hit from? What is this? Skip, please. I would like to skip. Ah, garbage collection. So I should definitely put the... Yeah, I need a better save slot name, so I don't load save slots from a different world. Because right now I'm just using like a hard-coded save game. Not at all ready for early access, but I just want the playtest feature they offer for distributing builds through their platform. Yeah, that would be nice to get down. The purple is just one biome where magic infuses the ecology. Well, it also just kind of seems like I know your start game splash screen is all purple as well. So I always thought it was like the main, and then like your whole stream theme is purple too. So I thought that would be like the major theme in your game. But it would be nice to see some new colors. Python, stuck on initializing Python. I do like the style so far in your game. The line is blurred. Like, I like how, like, because you could create some really unique and interesting... Hollow Knight inspires me that way. It's got that blue undertone. Yeah. It's like the blue, black, gray, white kind of palette. Yeah. I think you could create some really unique and interesting biomes. Because you have such a... Like, it's like all purple, you know? It's all different hues of purple, which is cool. But then you can create like a different hues of red biome and stuff, you know? It'd be really cool. I'm just playing around with noise at this point. I don't know. Level scale. What did I click to make it this way? Scale? Yeah. This is almost like the amount of water that's in the level. You have a water level parameter when you generate your world. 0.5. Look at that world. That's a fun world right there. Yeah, I think 2 is what I had. But yeah, it would be really nice to get this just for the terrain itself as well. Be able to layer this on top of each other, essentially. Give me simplex. It's not too bad looking either. Ooh, fun. Radiant texture based. It's not bad. Interesting. Fast gradient. Radiant. None of these look bad, you know. Oh, fuck. Interesting. That'd be kind of crazy. This is like a lakes map. Are these noises mathematical and not texture based? Yeah. It's all just math. I pass in the world position so that these offset params are what is seeded. If I change this one, I guess it's kind of hard to tell, but you're actually shifting the texture left and right, and so that's how I do I just use the seed to generate some random numbers here, and then that gives me the unique map. Is that because textures are too low res and introduce artifacts? Well, how would you generate a unique texture, right? Like, a texture is like a static thing. I need unique ones given a seed. Forever, endlessly. So that's what the computation stuff is for. By layering textures with randomized offsets. Yeah, but you'd still be, no matter how many textures you lay on top of each other, you're still stuck within the bounds of that texture, whatever the however big the texture is, right? Like there's only there would be a finite number of possibilities. I'm sure you could get it to a point where it's like effectively infinite, but I mean it's just I would have to create those textures somehow, right? I'd have to download them, or just might as well compute them. It's very fast to do so on the GPU. I was thinking it would be too low res. Yeah, I mean it's what you're saying is possible. It just you probably wouldn't have that many possibilities with it unless it was a really big texture. Turbulence look like here. A lot of islands here. I think the map would be something like that, is what it would look like. Like that big. Oh no, it's 128 by 128, right? So it'd be that big. Maybe I can take the scale up 0.02. I want to zoom. I would like to scale the actual texture. Preview size, let's just do 1,000. Yeah, that's quite large, 0.01. That's like 10 levels. That doesn't look too bad. I like that. Saving that. All right, let's run it. I forget what RNG I'm using to pick the biome, like the terrain noise per biome. Now I kind of hate this one because I just have two different sets of noises and that's it. But we'll see what the world map looks like. Looks like no water over there either. Might have to find a new seed. And this is my red. This is supposed to be my red zone. Looks a little strange with the grass on it there. It's swampy though. It's swampy. Let's look at the map. This looks pretty similar, actually. I think this actually has just less water in it. I think I had it at 2. I just increased the levels, so going from 6, 7. I mean, it does not look any different at all. 4. I guess it just creates a little bit more noise there with the levels. Like I can see all these little tiny dots in here. With 4, they're not there, which maybe I actually want to kind of clean it up a little bit. I can see the circles of that. We don't like that. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that was what I had originally. Oh, I've totally forgotten what I was working on, but I think it's about time for me to get off. Anyway. See if we can raid someone. Send you guys on over to, looks like Green Coke, who, the viewer of this channel, I think maybe Odd in your channel as well. So we're gonna raid Green Coke. Yeah, I need a break. Been streaming for about 6 hours now, so take a break for today. Hopefully stream some more tomorrow. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. Odd, good to see you. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Take care.